yesterday we saw a very good game between Australia and West Indies, where West Indies did beat Australia by a big margin of 84. West Indies won the toss and batted first, and they scored 267 in the allotted over. Former West Indies international or a test cricketer, Dev Narayan, was the man of the match, who scored 65 and then went on to take it as well. Nagamoto bowled well, another West Indies test cricketer, and Australia replied with 183 bundled out in reply of 267. So West Indies was the victorious side here at this venue yesterday. Ground looks pretty good. Boundaries are equal on either sides of the wicket, around about 58 meters or 60 in my reckoning. So, and pitch was playing a very good role. At times, ball was taking off as well. So good bowlers were extracting some pounds out of this track. And we saw a very good game of cricket yesterday, and today I'm very hopeful we're going to show a enthralling game of cricket between USA and Hong Kong. We are not too far away from the toss, and we'll join you at the toss pretty soon. working with their teams. And cricket is a fraternity. This is all about cricket. And cricket always gets people closer and closer. And one can get introduced to the different viewpoints, different cultures. And great to see a very friendly guys are here. And I'm loving every bit of it, enjoying commentating over here. And I'm pretty hopeful that these teams will go with great memories and will remember us in their best wishes and good wishes, and so will we, because they are showing a great temperament, they are showing a great stamina, and they are playing some terrific cricket as well, which is absolutely magnificent. I would love hello. I would like if he can come up, please. Farooq Saeed.
क्या बोल रहा है? YouTube.
Yesterday for USA, the captain Farooq scored a very fine 82 and put up a big partnership for the third wicket stand with one of his companions, and Jan Ishaq took 3 wickets and Saqib Hamid also got 3 wickets. So they played magnificently well and their performance was monumental in yesterday's game.
इनको बनाऊं फ्रेम? तीनों नजर तो आ रहे थे.
Mr. Farooq Saeed, we are await Mr. Farooq Saeed, and we are waiting for our respective match referee Naeem Ahmed, former international. Everything is in order now, and toss is going to be happen shortly or in less than a minute. Right after the toss, both teams will be lined up right in front of the dressing rooms, and there will be a national anthem of both teams. हेलो हेलो हेलो
सामने जो खड़े हैं उनको तो हटाओ।
लाइव स्ट्रीम आएगा ना
फोटोग्राफर तंग करेंगे, बोलो उनके आगे।
हेलो हेलो
मैं उठा आप नहीं कर रहा है।
इनको बोलो फोटोग्राफर आ रहा है। बराबर
Excuse me.
बट ट्राइपॉड पे लगना था ये कैमरा।
अभी तो टॉस ही है, 2 मिनट लगेंगे, तेल लगा रहे मिला वजह।
हाँ रहना के कुछ
आज आएगा इधर।
हाँ बेगा सिक्का।
So here we are with the toss of this important game where USA taking on Hong Kong China Cricket Club, and Hong Kong China's captain is Mr. Farooq Saeed alongside me, and then we have Mr. Farooq who's captaining the USA, and we've got our match referee Mr. Naeem Ahmed who played for Pakistan an international game and also represented Pakistan PIA. So we are ready to toss, and Mr. Farooq will spin the coin for USA. Heads is the call, and I will ask from Naeem. Still. So USA have won the toss. Farooq, what have you decided?
We're gonna bat first.
You batted yesterday against Pakistan and batted well, and you himself scored 82. What about that particular game?
That was a pressure game because we are playing against a very tough side, of that players, lots of smart players as well. So we had the plan and we execute our plan properly. Today we have a different plan. Trying to execute a new ground, new day, new pitch. So
What score are you looking at for today's game?
similar like 250 to 275. That is
I will ask a familiar question at last. What about the hospitalities you are having here in Pakistan?
as always, Pakistan is famous for hospitality and everybody is enjoying at the moment.
Farooq, have a good one. Farooq, you would have won the toss. What you had done? Now you are bowling. At what score you want to restrict them? You won your match yesterday, and who were your key players?
A lot of key players. So I don't want to spend like all of them. We have 5, 6 good, very good players. They can make us win the game.
And what about hospitalities you are having here in Pakistan?
Pakistan is always looking good. They've been really looking after us. So it's a good fun place, and I hope that everybody enjoys it.
Have a good one. So news from the center is that the captain of USA won the toss and USA going to bat first.
सामने से तो डॉज तो सामने से हटवाओ हाँ
Now, I request both the sides to come down in front of
catching everything. USA is on my right and Hong Kong, China is on my left and right between our match officials. Thank you, Jeff.
सामने सेट है बॉस।
होता है उस पर आपने जूम शॉट लेना है, बाकी वो ऊपर से भी ले रहे हैं,
वो मसला नहीं।
ठीक है। आपने जूम शॉट उस पर बस एक एक करके लेते हैं।
हाँ वो ले लो। भाई सामने नहीं आने
यार
देने
बात
किसी को।
सुने, ये वाइड एरिया पूरा खाली करवा दीजिएगा, ये जो लोग खड़े हुए हैं ना इन लोगों को प्लीज़, ताकि परेशानी नहीं हो ना।
हम लोग परेशानी हो रही हो, कैमरा मैन आ गया खड़ा हो गया, फोटो बना रहे हैं।
उसको भी चाचा वो उसको भी यहीं बुला लो।
जगह यहाँ पर थी, इन्होंने इनको बोलो यहाँ करो।
ये हो गया बहुत क्लोज। कहाँ जा रहे हैं? इस तरफ को, इस तरफ को। इस तरफ वापस क्लोज।
यार इसको आप बोलो, ये तो पता नहीं बीच में घुस रहे हो।
किसका सॉन्ग बन रहा है पहले?
Let's hear the national anthem of USA. And it's time for the national anthem of Hong Kong, China. Ladies and gentlemen, and we will join you now for the live action at 10:15.
चलो भाई आ जाओ सब। हिस्ट्री बनानी। बॉस बॉस
ये करो या करो।
लीड पकड़ लो।
नहीं नहीं सिर्फ ये तो हाँ यही मैं इनको दिखाना चाह रहा था नहीं 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 बिल्कुल नहीं नहीं बिल्कुल नहीं सर ये किसका रखा है सामान फिर इनको प्रेजेंट में उससे बात करें
सर आप लोग प्लीज
ये हटा लेंगे प्लीज सामने
विनय भाई प्लीज थोड़ा सा
स्लाइडली सर थोड़ा सा अंदर आ जाइए और स्लाइड और थोड़ा सा ये तो बाहर है वो
यस ओके लुक हियर
It's okay.
थैंक यू
Champion, 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 champion,
Because batsman was well on. The first ball was scored on the very first ball. Karachi left-hander are at wicket, reminds me of the famous player of Saidan Yadalan sailed for Pakistan and moved to Adam Gilchrist for Australia. One were happy, intentions very clear on that one. He wanted to go down straight away, but didn't make any contact with it. Through to the wicketkeeper who did the rest. He was clean down the pitch a little bit and did try to have a go at that one. Got that and away Miles. That was a big hit. Very clear straight away. Both going Dickinson right from the world's goal. That was a very good shot right out of the middle of the bat. They are making it. They are not down. They are strokes. 7 for no loss. 3 deliveries have been sent down. And we're going over the deck. Who was with the three at the moment, wearing the shirt number 10, while Fadil is stepping in the USA scored 52 brilliant runs yesterday against Pakistan. Jones moves away. Got that away. Onto the offside. 4 more. Runs are everywhere. This time on the offside. Raced away to the forward one boundary. They're already in the double figure. They are up and running. 11 for no loss. Farooq Saeed heavy with the average. Number 23 who gets it on. And but gets to the double figure after having faced only 3 deliveries. He hit it in there. In the no man's land. That's the good hit. And there goes to 11 with 12 for no loss. We are in the first over of this match. USA won the toss and elected to bat first without any hesitation. This one is driven, and that's a lovely shot. It is running away to the deep covered boundary, and the new grand batsman got with those 2 runs. That is really good.
lo doble.
1 all out. We are in the second over of this match. Efficiently well to the long of boundary for 4. And well, having no mercy at all. He goes on to 21. He is moving along quite quickly. Good get his hands into that one. Umpire gives asked from the fielder and then signal for. Had it been taken, that would have been a spin. I think fielder is returning, returning to the umpire. Umpire now reversed his decision and signal 6. Thank you, Wicket.
आरिफ भाई गोल कराए तो उस पर जूम कर यार कैमरा बहुत ऊपर है वो बोल रहा है सिकंदर कैमरा मेरा बहुत है क्या करो शायद कैमरा बहुत ऊपर है मेरा अभी मैं कैमरा जूम कर रहा हूँ तो खाली उसके पाँव आएंगे मैं बहुत ऊपर कैमरा लगाया हूँ नीचे नहीं हो सकता तो ऊपर आना पड़ेगा तुम्हें क्या उससे पूछ लो कि अपने पूरी सेटिंग आउट हो जाएगी अभी बोले जो नीचे डाउन होगा ना कैमरा नीचे कैमरा यूँ हो रहा था मैं उसको वॉक लूँगा तो उसके खाली पाँव आएंगे तो जो पीछे जो खेल रहा है उसकी वो नहीं आएगी वीडियो फ्रेम टेढ़ा हो रहा है हमारा We are seeing a change in the bowling. बताओ Naveed Tariq taking cross onto the ball. Naveed Tariq wearing the shirt number 23. Under is on 28. I think he made Tariq to make change in the bowling. Let's see what he comes back with. Things Naveed Tariq. The keeper is well up now. The first one just put it outside the option. Take it out and look at it. आवाज नहीं आ रही तेरा मकसद है क्लेम तेरा हमारा
He is feeling like it's another game. He goes and goes big over magnificent with a goal onto the outside. And
सर नेपाल और
यूएस यूएसए का है
जी
और नेपाल
नेपाल कल तो ऑस्ट्रेलिया का
हाँ कल तो वेस्ट इंडीज
over number 8 in progress.
Uncle Sharma is doing a good job. He already has sold a maiden over, and in this over he just conceded a wild. Well bowled again. Great piece of bowling from Uncle Sharma. While on the other hand, Janisar taking his time because
Anwar scoring runs quickly from one end, so he has the
time, the Janisar.
and now he's going to get 8 overs gone, 82 for 1. We are seeing some quick changes in the bowling now. Najib is in charge of the bowling. Janisar is on 2, Anwar is on 65. Anwar played some glorious strokes. He reached to his half century in just 17 balls. Oh, what he has done. He has given away a few overthrows. Couple of them. Najib tried to run Nisar out. So didn't hit the stumps. Even wicketkeeper didn't able to gather that. And in the bargain, batsman got a couple. This one is nudged into the gully by Janisar. Anwar is playing an adventurous knock. Janisar played that one out in the deep covers region for a single. And now it's going to be interesting because Anwar is up against Najib. He's not holding back at all against any bowler. Pink balls are being used in this over 40 Global Cup. Single for the Anwar. A very good over. 9 overs gone. 86 for 1. Ankur Sharma is doing a good job for Hong Kong, China. He has been the most economical bowler so far for Hong Kong, China. Anwar is on 66, taking strike. 10th over is beginning here. And Anwar has lobbed it in the air. By the time fielder could get to the ball, batsmen have taken 2. That was in the air for a long while, but it dropped in the no man's land. Couple of runs for Anwar, which takes him up to 68. I will ask from Zoeb how many balls has he faced for his 68. 23 balls. He wanted to have a go at that one, didn't make contact, although wicketkeeper thought that he had made the contact. That's why he appealed vociferously, but it didn't impress Yujiv at all. Almost got his hands into that one. Ball is going. I think it stopped itself near the boundary or inches inside the boundary. And couple of more runs for the Anwar. That was in the air. The number 7 dived the Najib. Almost got his hands into that one. That would have been a stunning catch had it been taken. And Ankur has got him, and look at the excitement. He's over the moon, he's jubilant, and he should be, because he picked up a very vital wicket of Anwar, and Anwar scored a fantastic 70. I think praiseworthy innings from him. He played some excellent strokes. He was smacking them around. He was tonking them about. And well played. And but Ankush Sharma has done a good job by getting rid of him. So it's 90 for 2. And Anwar has been welcomed by his companions, his teammates. 90 for 2 and captain goes out to bat. That is Farooq. I can watch clouds over the blue sky. There are stacks of white clouds and some black clouds are taking over as well. And weather becoming a bit pleasant now because sun has gone under the clouds. At times it peeps out of the clouds. Farooq, the captain, played tremendously well against Pakistan at National Stadium in Karachi just yesterday. Scored 82. Ankush Sharma got his tail up. Farooq goes right back onto the back foot and played that one watchfully into the offside. Wide called by the UJF. An extra is added up into the total. 10th over is being bowled at the moment. That's a lovely shot. That'll go all the way to the deep backward point boundary for 4. Just a little width was on offer and Farooq took full toll of that, got that one through gully and point and picked up a vital boundary and good way to get off the mark. 95 for 2, 10 overs have been bowled and the run rate is exactly 9.50 per over. And this should be called a very good run rate even in a 2020 game. And remember, this is a 45 over game. And they've scored 95 in 10 overs. And for that, one can give credit to Anwar, who scored 570 in 26 balls, I reckon. Janisar is taking a single by playing it into the offside and giving the strike back to his captain for doing some gardening. Cricket is a great game, produced legends over the years. That is a very good ball from Najib. He's having his hands on his hips. Again, very well bowled. Now Najib wanted to have another slip in. I think he is. Yes, they've got 2 slips for the captain of USA. And there is another man coming in the gully or at point rather, inside the ring at point. He appealed, then stopped himself a bit and then appealed again. And Rashid Khan said, nothing doing.
Another good over, Roman goes down. So now we will do a shift over. 1, 2 and 2.
The ball is lost. But because the ball was being watched, that it was hanging in the tree, that's why umpire didn't call the ball lost or didn't give the 6 runs. Otherwise 6 runs would have been given. And grounds used to have trees inside the boundaries in those days. Used to have pits or some disappearing places. That's why that rule was made. But that rule is still the part of the rules of cricket. I think 42 rules are, but playing conditions may change. Good delivery from Najib. Najib and Ankur Sharma are doing a terrific job for Hong Kong, China. They are now trying to make the life difficult for the batsmen. 2 slips are placed for the right-handed. Najib had some words with, or having some words with umpire. 15 overs have been bowled. It's 103 for 3 and it's time for the drinks. Welcome back. Now we can see the sun coming out of the clouds. Ankur and Najib are bowling really well, and they are not giving anything away, trying the run rate up. That was in the air, but Farooq was lucky enough that there wasn't anybody to catch this one, although there was a man behind square leg umpire, but the ball was well away from him. 16 overs are bowled, 106 for 3. The run rate has come down considerably, because I remember they scored 95 in their 10 overs and 55 in first 4 overs. So last 6 overs gave them just 11 runs, and they lost few wickets in the process as well. Najib and Ankur Sharma played a very vital role. To get the run rate down. Najib has taken his cap off, so he will continue, it looks like. Yes, it is. And he heads over his sunglasses to the umpire. Not hands over, he heads over. Farooq planted his front foot well down to the pitch of the ball and then smothered the spin if it had. He watched that one till to the last moment and allowed it to go by. This time he cuts and cuts well. That's a cracking shot. Down to the backward wind boundary for 4 runs. This time he saw the width and cut that one beautifully to the point boundary for 4. A much needed boundary for Farooq, a much needed boundary for USA. Najib goes through his over very quickly. "17 overs are bowled, it's 110 for the loss of 3 wickets. Sharma started the fresh over, and first one is defended back towards the bowler by Nauman. Najib bowled 5 overs for 14 runs. Nauman played that one into the offside. Ball is stopped at forward point and there is no run. 1-1-0 for 3. We are in the 18th over. This time he does beat the man at covers. Fielder did try his level best, covered a lot of territory from the long off boundary, but he couldn't quite reach the ball, and it's 4 runs for Mustafa. Farooq hit a boundary in the previous over and Mustafa hits a boundary in this over. And it will give him a lot of confidence. Sensible batting. A couple followed by a boundary. So both batsmen are doing a good job now. They have started to score some runs. Farooq Saeed cuts this one off at mid-on. Played that one back to the bowler. End of a over. 18 overs are gone. 1-1-6 for 3. The captain of Hong Kong, China, has introduced himself onto the bowling attack, Farooq Saeed. He is sending a man back at the long off boundary, right below our commentary position. There is a man back at long on. Covers is sweeping in the countrysides, and there is a deep mid wicket as well. An easy single for Farooq as he came onto the front foot and did drive that one nicely. हेलो हेलो
इंटरव्यू के टाइम बस इसको
So 19 overs have been bowled. It's 119 for 3. Two good batsmen are at the wicket. Farooq, the captain, and with him is Mustafa, who's doing a good job as well. But on the other hand, Ankur Sharma doing a terrific job for Hong Kong, China. This one is cut away, but straight into the gully where Jones did the fielding, and there is no run. And now I have the pleasure to welcome Mr. Mohsin Naqvi, who is the airline captain, and also he is with us on the behalf of Hong Kong China team. And welcome, Mr. Mohsin Naqvi.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Like I mentioned yesterday as well, we've been warmly welcomed and enjoying the hospitality extended by the hosts in Pakistan. The squad is very upbeat after success yesterday against Nepal. But it's a different day, different opposition. We are up against a big mountain to climb after an explosive start by US. And but Ankur has done a terrific job as well and brought us back into the game.
No doubt about that. Not only Ankur but also Najib is doing a good job, and he's keeping them quiet from the one end, and from the other end, Ankur not only keeping them quiet but also taking some vital wickets.
Exactly, and it's the wickets that peg the run rate, because the new batsman comes in, the wicket is getting slower, so and they have to adapt, apply themselves. It's a long format in terms of one-day cricket for 45 overs for this over 40 tournament, and they need to acclimatise.
And what about the conditions you are facing here? Different in the Hong Kong, China?
Indeed, they are. Hong Kong as an associate nation, we do have facilities, but they're very limited in resources. But we're fortunate to have a good backing from Cricket Hong Kong and the government, and the management staff do their utmost to make use of the resources available.
Tell us these players who are playing for you, Mr. Ankur Sharma, Najib, and your captain Farooq Saeed. Where are they from?
So Ankur Sharma, he's been stationed in Hong Kong for nearly 2 decades. He is originally from India, but an absolute stalwart of the game. Has been actively involved in promoting cricket in Hong Kong at the grassroots as well. He's got a training facility which is state-of-the-art, and he established that before COVID. But unfortunately during COVID, as Hong Kong, experienced the brunt of it, he had to close it down. But he also has a couple of grounds that he's established in India. Again, hundreds of kids benefit from his coaching and the academy, which employs many other coaches as well. So, a fantastic all-rounder. As you can see, his experience came into play to break the partnership, which is taking the game away from us.
No doubt about that. He bowled extremely well. Not only kept them quiet, but also took a few vital wickets. And what about this over 40 Global Cup in Pakistan? The way Pakistan is hosting this World Cup, and what role this over 40 Global Cup going to play in future for cricket?
I think it's a fantastic idea, and the moment that we were informed that such an event of global magnitude is taking place, we were all excited. The Cricket Hong Kong supported us immediately, and as you can see, Farooq Saeed and Najib, the names you mentioned, Ankur, they've been involved in the development of cricket in Hong Kong, and they got a nice squad together, like-minded, very skillful players who've played in the leagues, are still currently playing in the Saturday and Sunday leagues, and to get we initially had a squad of 22, which is cut down to 16 players plus officials, But yeah, you're seeing the best of the best in this age category. Now, in terms of the over 40s Global Cup, it's a brilliant idea. It keeps everyone engaged. It's a global event for Pakistan to host 7 international teams plus Pakistan itself. It is going to go a long way in promoting cricket, and we're all coming in as if we're playing the real World Cup, which is going to be held next month.
No doubt about that. It can play a very important role in future of cricket, as far as the over 40 cricket is gone, or over 40 cricket is concerned. And how do you see the future of these minnows? Minnows is not a right or appropriate word, but as far as these teams are concerned, like Nepal, like Hong Kong, China, and few other countries, I mean, do you see the talent? Do you see the depth that they can get test status like Bangladesh and Afghanistan got?
Well, I would say inshallah. The hard work behind the scenes is being put in. Again, I'll mention Cricket Hong Kong. Yes, sponsorship, etc., that helps. The funding obviously helps. And of course, any success, whether it's limited or more, if we bring upon an upset in this tournament, against the bigwigs, yes, that is going to assist in securing sponsorship, hence more development, more facilities for people to train, and we come back stronger and better. And to answer your question, yes, I think for everyone, it is a huge event. I was speaking to our Aussie counterparts the other day as well. They are playing their, their national colours. It's a dream for them to represent the nation. And like all of us have grown up, some people have had the fortune to represent the national teams in the normal formats. But for us, it's the first time as well. And, we can only get better.
No doubt, absolutely agreed with you. And let me remind you the score, 124 for 3. We are in the over number. 21st over is in progress. In 45 overs game, looking at the current situation, as far as your point of view, at what score your boys want to restrict them, and what score suits you to chase it down? Although any score can suit you to chase it down, but in your opinion?
I think anything less than 250 is, something that, on these pitches is hopefully chaseable. But, we saw the depth that the USA team has in their bowling as well. And they absolutely, went out guns blazing yesterday against Pakistan and nearly pulled off a major upset. So we are cognizant of the fact, and hopefully we can, with this explosive start, it looked like they're going to go cross 300. But I think the spinners are bringing back the game. They're going to be fireworks unless we take wickets now. So they are going to be the last 10 overs. It's going to be massive fireworks. I'm sure they're going to go for a big total.
And our listeners or the viewers would love to know about yourself as well. Where did you grow up? And what are you currently doing? As I mentioned, you are working in an airline. But where did you grow up? Where did you take your early education from?
So my background is heritage is Pakistani, but I'm third generation, British as well. My grandparents moved to the UK in the early 50s, and then my father grew up there, and I was born there as well. And then I ended up, living there in early stages, then following my pursuit and passion for flying. Cricket has always been there, and I've played in the Surrey leagues, and ended up working 7 years for our national carrier here in Pakistan, moving to Hong Kong for 20 plus years, working for the national carrier there. And the last 6 months have been closer to Pakistan in the Middle East for one of the leading airlines there now, as a Boeing 777 captain.
Oh, that's great to know. You have been to many countries, and if you've been to England, then you one can't challenge your cricketing knowledge as well, because cricket is loved everywhere in England. This one is pushed into the offside. How was your experience in England particularly?
The English cricket is obviously very, very different conditions. They're seaming wickets, and you don't need to be express pace, but just a nice, good seamer using the seam of the ball as well. Conditions, cloudy, it's cold. There are only two types of weather. One is wet and the other one is very, very wet. So you got to adapt to those. But again, cricket is a global sport, and all teams struggle when they go and play abroad, right? Because they got to adapt to the conditions. And I think whichever team, whether it's the Aussies are coming here, they're looking, understanding the conditions. You're also playing the weather, you're playing the humidity. So it's not just the opposition you're pitted against.
Because you are playing cricket and you have been watching cricket for many years, you have been listening to the cricket as well, I reckon. Who have been your favorite cricketers over the so many years?
Look, now I'm sitting in Karachi. I mean, Javed Miandad is an absolute legend. Just that resilience in him and never give up attitude has been inspiring. And not just in cricket, just to watch the legend, the way he went about things. It inspires you for other things in life as well, because this is what we do. We watch and learn.
No doubt about that. Javed Miandad captained Pakistan in 34 test matches, and I think he won 20 test matches, lost 6 and drew 8 test matches, while the great Imran Khan captained Pakistan in 48 test matches. He won 20 and lost 8 and drew 20. So there have been stalwarts in Pakistan cricket, likes of Imran Khan, Javed Miandad, and then the generation Wasim Akram, Waqar Yunus, Shoaib Akhtar, etc., etc. And Zahir Abbas even was a fantastic player. I still can recall the way he scored a double hundred at Edgbaston. So Pakistan kept on producing great players, and I hope they will. What about the Pakistani express bowlers Pakistan produced over the years, right from Fazal Mahmood?
It's been an incredible, factory coming out of Pakistan for fast bowlers. On flat wickets, for them to bend their back and, just raw pace. The tape ball cricket, which obviously is a very different form of the game, but again, that got introduced, I think in the 80s, and that developed bowlers like what we see, like Haris Rauf nowadays. He was a tape cricketer, but again, going back slightly, Wasim and Waqar, they're the absolute, the two W's legends, for Pakistan, inspired a generation on their own. At the same time, Market Javed was phenomenal. Mohammad Sami coming in. Of course, when you're talking about fast bowlers and the fastest in the world ever, Shoaib Akhtar, again on these sort of tracks, and I used to see his commitment. Before the game, he's getting injections in his knees. His knees are hurting, icing before, after, this, that. But what a determination for the game. Every world greatest batsman or something that has faced him speak highly of his, his pace, the control, the fear that he instilled in them.
No doubt about that. He infused new soul to the Pakistan fast bowlers or Pakistan younger cricketers. Lot of players still idolizing him, and one can't forget the way he got Tendulkar and Dravid at Eden Gardens in 1999, and he was coming hard at every Indian place, and the way he bowled in Australia when Inzamam took team to Australia in 2004 and 5, and he tormented the Australian in Sri Lanka as well in 2001 and 2 when Pakistan played few neutral test matches in Sri Lanka and Sharjah, played on neutral venues. So Shoaib Akhtar bowled extremely well everywhere, and bit unfortunate somebody like him just played 46 test matches because of the injuries he had, because of the pauses he had in his career.
Yes, I mean, that's a big price to pay for a professional cricketer. But, you know, the laurels that he achieved for Pakistan has been our pride. But it comes at a price, and a personal price, you know, physically that he endured with that pace, and that, you know, to maintain the commitment. It's a different level. And, you know, kudos to him and his team who kept him going. Because, of course, you can't do it alone. You need the backup of all the background staff to keep you going.
I'm going to ask very important question from you. In Hong Kong or in every country you mentioned, there are facilities for the younger cricketer, for the children. But in Pakistan, you can say, and we must accept, there are problems for the younger cricketer, there are problems for the children financially, and there are few other problems as well. So how could they cope with these problems? Because Shoaib Akhtar was telling a story that he had to struggle, he has to walk through miles to get to the grounds, and then a lot of other cricketers can tell you the same problems. Financial problem is a big problem in Pakistan.
Indeed it is. And you see, I think a lot of cricketers, the international names, you know, they're treated as heroes in our country, in this part of the world. And they have achieved a lot through cricket. They have given a lot to the local cricket, but they have achieved, and they are what they are because of the support from the general public. What they can do is give back to the community. And I had the pleasure just 3 days ago to visit Shahid Afridi's new training facility, which is called the Legends Arena, and in Karachi. I took you know, another player there, and you know, it's a state-of-the-art facility, and facilities like that are going to encourage more people to come in. A clean environment, you know, you have coaches, you have a safe facility, you can hone your skills under that environment, and obviously you're going to see a better output.
Thank you very much, Mohsin Naqvi, for your precious time. It was tremendous to talk to you, and I am looking forward to see you again very soon in our Combox. Nice of you.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much, and yeah, wish you all the best as well.
Thank you, sir. So that was Mohsin Naqvi talking to us on the behalf of Hong Kong China cricket team. 138 for 3 is the current score. th over is going on. Farooq and his partner is doing a good job. Noman Mustafa. .139 for the loss of 140 rather. Farooq now has settled in, he's on 30. Noman is on 13. These two developing a very good partnership here. But on the other hand, Hong Kong, China have been able to get the run rate down. Now they have get it down to under 6. It was 9.5 per over at the end of the 10th over. .24 overs bowled, 140 for 3. That has gone for 4. There is seesaw going on between sun and the clouds. At times sun is peeped out of the clouds, at times gone under them. $145 for 3 rather. That one is picked up in the gully for without any run. '25th over is being bowled, and it is being bowled by the captain of Hong Kong, China. This is driven up towards the long off. Single is taken by Farooq. Another single. $147 for 3 with the last ball to be bowled in this over. If he does not bowl a wide or no, or even a dead ball. Farooq used the depth of his crease. He went really back onto the back foot and then picked up a single by playing it onto the onside at mid-on. 25 overs have been done. 148 for 3 is the score. Shelton has been brought back onto the bowling attack. This one is played onto the onside, fielder comes in at the fine leg boundary. 150 is reached by the USA. 150 for 3. This one is square driven. Fielder did a tremendous job by cutting this one off. He strived full length, sprawled onto the ground and didn't allow the ball to go away to the boundary. Couple of more runs for Farooq. Defensive shot.
आज है हांगकांग की हांगकांग और नेपाल
Hi everyone, welcome back to the stadium again. Here we have today is Rudy from the USA team. They nearly pulled off an upset yesterday against Pakistan. What an incredible performance. Welcome Rudy.
Thank you.
How do you feel? You guys were there but not there enough.
Yeah, I felt we had enough to get over the line. Fate had it differently. So we had to settle for that result. But good fight from the guys. We all showed great all the way through.
It's fantastic. I mean, the energy that we saw on the field, and not just the skill set, but you know, against the quality opposition, it's always a challenge. But how do you feel, you know, today against Hong Kong?
We don't take any opposition lightly. Cricket is a game it plays on the day, so we're always up for a fight. We don't take any opposition lightly.
Fantastic. And how's your experience been in Pakistan so far?
The weather is not the greatest, I would say, but it's been fantastic. The hospitality, the event is well planned, well put together. Kudos to everyone involved. I know it took a lot to get this happening, the level of security, the entertainment, it was great. Everything was fantastic.
Indeed. So now, you see, this is, again, we're playing in different conditions, I'm sure, to what you're used to. back in the USA. How different, and which state do you normally play?
So I'm out of California, hail from Southern California and Sacramento. The weather is definitely different. It gets hot in California, but the humidity is not the same.
And how do you guys as a team plan to overcome this big hurdle?
Stay hydrated, drink lots of water, and I think we got like some electrolytes, eat more fruit, and cut down on those late dinners.
Excellent. And you made a very good point. You know, with athletes, again, most of the athletes have represented their respective countries as well in international competition. Again, athletes, you know, how for the viewers that are watching, they prepare. You know, they prepare well. It's hydration, as you mentioned, Rudy, is absolutely paramount, and adequate sleep for important games, especially back-to-back games.
So we prepped pretty well for the tournament. We were here a week in advance. It took us maybe 3 to 4 days to adjust to the time zone. So I think that gave us the edge. I think we're all now where we're getting at least 6 to 8 hours of rest.
Excellent. And now let's talk a bit about your team. You know, every team has a character, a funny character that lifts up the team, you know, even when you're down. So for instance, like, you know, you guys had an absolute close game yesterday that you should have won. And you're coming back, how's the tempo in the bus? There's got to be one person in the team who's going to be lifting you up. Who's that?
That would be me.
Brilliant. Like, yeah, well, we got the right man for the job now. Excellent, Rudy. So what was your strategy yesterday to lift the boys up?
I can give you part of my strategy. I can't give the language that we use.
Excellent. And now, as you go, who are you playing next in the tournament after this?
I'll have to see the fixture. I'll take a look at it again. But I know we got a rest day tomorrow, and then I'll have a look at that.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a well-earned rest day. And one last question. Your team, you know, with US being such a huge country, how many states are being represented here today in your squad? Any idea?
Maybe about, I want to say about six or seven of them. I can't be sure on the number, but about 6 or 7 of the states.
And in terms of structure in your in US, how does it work? Like, you play within state cricket, or you play against each other as well?
Yeah, we have 2 competitions. It's like a state competition, and then we have the zonals. That's where the zonals is where they pick the final 16 from. It's a pretty good competition. We play 2 tournaments a year, and then and then we play in our local clubs. I still play individual. Some of the guys still play high level cricket, so it's a lot of cricket playing before.
Excellent. And Rudy, I mean, look, I can't stop asking questions here now. I thought it was the last question earlier. But one more. Are you guys professionals? Do you have normal daytime jobs? And what do you do for a living?
So I work for Tesla. I'm a quality engineer.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I worked for Tesla for 10 years plus. So we all have jobs. We all played professional cricket at some point. At this point, we're probably semi-professional in the US. So, but we just try to keep fit and try to play high-level cricket.
Excellent, and that's the name of the game. Do you feel there is any shortage of passion in now representing the veterans versus the actual?
They ain't. Everyone wants to participate. Everyone wants to be that guy. There's always banter. They ain't short of passion at all.
That's so nice to hear, because again, for the viewers watching, this is what it's all about. This global tournament, you know, for the over 40s is just not just a game that everyone's just having fun. We mean business. Everyone means business. They're all here to win. Fantastic work. Kudos to your team and your management staff as well. You guys, you know, pulled off major upsets nearly yesterday. Good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Cheers, brother. Brilliant. Yeah, good job. I was just making shit up. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mohsin Naqvi and Rodi, who talked us through. 157 for 4. We are in the 28th over of the innings. This one is clipped into the leg side, but straight to the fielder. Ripped over the pad, and here comes the finger coming up. The finger is going up from umpire Yujif from South Africa, and USA just have lost the wicket number 5. 157 for 5, and Hong Kong, China making a good comeback. Batsman is a bit dejected, but making his walk back to the pavilion. Wind is picking up a bit here at Karachi Khana, and these clouds look like pregnant with the water, and it could be rain. Clouds are building up. Adnan is the one who got out. Now USA have 5 wicket down, and now number 99 going out to bat. And Amik is his name. 5 down for 157. Amik turns the first one in towards the leg side. 28th over is in progress. Over is done. 28 overs are completed. It's 157 for 5. Rashid Khan and Yujif officiating in the field. Wasimuddin is at television, and Mr. Naeem Ahmed is the match referee.
कितने पे और दूसरे का क्या नाम है बैट्समैन? ये कभी गया है, कोई रन नहीं है, सब इसके
Farooq still occupying the one end. He scored 82 against Pakistan and not out at 38 in this game. Farooq Saeed bowling to his counterpart, captain to captain. He gave it air to the ball this time around. But he get to the pitch of the ball, the Farooq, and played it back towards the bowler. This time he went on to the back foot and played that one gently in front of him. Lot of buildings could be seen in the background. Pearl Continental is not too far away from here. Movenpick could also be seen. Weather is becoming pleasant now. Wind is picking up a little bit. There are little flags of all the nations who are participating, and wind is tugging them. And the shirts of the players also tugging, which goes to show wind is picking up a little bit here in Karachi Khana. And I can see a few spectators right at the top of the Pearl Continental building. Oh, that's lovely to see. This one is nudged away towards the third man for a single. Farooq goes up to 41, 160 for 5. End of the over number 20. Mr. Alamgir has also arrived, the chief of Karachi Khana, great sports lover and great veteran cricketer, and Khana's management hosting us magnificently. Their hospitalities are wonderful, and they are giving respect to their every guest. Shelton is bowling at the moment. We are in the 30th over of the innings. Amik taking a single, so he gets off the mark. 162 for 5 in the 30th over. Farooq now getting closer and closer to his half century. He's on 42. He has taken his time. He has got his eyes in. Again gets to the pitch of the ball and kept that one down, played it back towards the bowler. Farooq gets another single as that one pitched up a little bit and he dropped that one into the mid-off region for a single. Amik gets that one away. Fielder is running after the ball. Another man came around from deep mid-wicket towards the backward square leg. Couple of runs for Amik. That's a good shot. That'll go all the way to the long leg boundary for 4. $169 for 5. That is the end of the over number 30, and it's time for the drinks.
ये छोटू को थोड़ी सी वीडियो मेरी और भाई के जो बने ना बनाइएगा।
स्पीकर ऑफ कर दो, लाइव
ये वाला स्पीकर भी चला दो ताकि दोनों का साउंड तो अच्छा लगे। माइक पर
ऑन है ना? ये भी ऑन है, आवाज सुनने दो।
सामने कर लीजिएगा जैसे वीडियो बनती है।
सही था इंटरव्यू?
ये बेटा बनाना 30-40 सेकंड की, ठीक है?
Welcome back, 169 for 5, 30 overs have been completed and we are welcoming again to Mr. Mohsin Naqvi who joined us earlier as well, and now we will take his time and we'll speak to him about the certain plays that Hong Kong, China having. Welcome back, Mr. Mohsin Naqvi.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be back again. So after the drinks break, 30 overs, the USA team has amassed 169 for the loss of 5 wickets. After an explosive start, I think Hong Kong has brought it back. The game seems to be evenly poised. The wicket is slightly getting slower. But the old stalwart Farooq Saeed is in action at the moment. 6 overs he's bowled, just conceding 25. Relatively speaking, I think it's a good comeback for Hong Kong, and it's now, of course, the US team is going to be accelerating, probably targeting another 100 runs or more in the next 15.
No doubt about that, and the weather has changed a bit as well. Now you can see wind is picking up a bit and there are clouds about and it can even be rain.
Well, let's see, hopefully it's only a drizzle, which will bring down a few degrees in the temperature. But it's certainly become pleasant, like you rightfully said. It was a scorcher in the morning, but I think it will get easier to be out on the field.
Indeed, because weather and the cricket has a great relationship over the years, particularly in England. We always see and saw between rain and the cricket, because suddenly the clouds come and rain and then suddenly they go away.
Indeed, and again, this part of the world, we're sort of through the monsoon season now, but maybe some rain is not so bad, but hopefully it's not torrential.
172 for 5, as we are seeing the over number 31, Farooq Saeed is operating. That one is going down the leg side and umpire extending his arms for a wide. So 173 for 5 in the 31st over, and I want to know about your batting lineup. What kind of a batsman you have in your top order and middle order?
We have a pretty experienced batting lineup. Some of those players have represented Hong Kong at the national level, and they played, at very high Premier League levels all around the world. Of course, they come from varied backgrounds and well experienced. Again, I think they'll have to buckle down. The total that we're going to be chasing, by the looks of it, is going to be a challenge. Again, adapt to the conditions and take their time to get settled in. But we do have some firepower in the middle as well that could bring out the long handle, and we're confident that in our chasing abilities as well.
173 for 5, 31 overs have been bowled. And what about this format? We usually see 20-20 and 50 overs games and a test matches. But here we are having 45 overs. Do you like this idea?
It's an interesting idea. Of course, 45 seems excessive at the moment. When we're used to something more like T20, especially for us over 40s. But it's a challenge that we've embraced. There's two ways you can look at it: either get bogged down because of that, or take it as a challenge. And I think our team management has said, well, we've got to make do with what the format is, condition ourselves, and prepare accordingly.
This is how the one good cricketer should behave, and cricketers always know how to cope with different conditions, how to cope in different formats. A lot of players now preferring to play one format and leaving the other. What is your take on this?
I do see that shift. It's an interesting question again. I do see that shift where, for instance, an amazing test batsman like Chiteshwar Pujara, and he's not playing any D20. There is that disparity, but again, a cricketer's career span is only limited. Your shelf life is only limited, and yes, when I see the likes of Virat Kohli, the other end, or Babar Azam, and they're excelling in all formats, so they adapt. So what is that makes them adapt better than the others? And so what we can all do, yes, we're nowhere near to these two grades that I've mentioned, but what we can do is learn from what their ethics are, how do they condition themselves, and even if we get a few percentage of that ethics on board in our training regimes, it is going to assist us.
Yeah, there are players who are playing all the three formats, as you mentioned, Virat Kohli, as you mentioned, Babar Azam and few others, and who are playing only one format, or few are playing only two formats. But because of their limitations, some are, my question actually is, why players prefers one format? For example, once Amir said, I'm only going to play T20, or I'm going to play only leagues, and few others made statements like that. Why is that?
I think, again, because of the demand of cricket, the franchise cricket is all over the world now. Yes, it is doing wonders for the sport. But as I mentioned, your shelf life is very limited. And then you have to concentrate on that particular format, make yourself a specialist. Now, in a T20 format, the name you mentioned, one of our greats, Mohammad Amir, of course, when he was younger, he could play all three and meet the demands required to adjust accordingly. And as you get older, of course, then you've got to focus on one particular format, 4 overs that he has to bowl, but he's going to bowl it at fiery pace. And he's not probably able to sustain bowling 10 overs in an ODI format or test match cricket.
We are in the 32nd over of the innings, and this one is punched and punched well. It is running away, fielder tried but didn't succeed, and it has gone down to the boundary for 4. It has been played pretty well, hasn't he?
Absolutely, a great shot through the covers, pace in the gap, and as the ball did not rise too much, but he absolutely adjusted accordingly, and extra valuable runs towards the total.
Yeah, runs do matter a lot, and USA now will try to accelerate a little bit.
I think they're playing sensible cricket. That's a great stop there by Zahar Khan, and that's a good pick-up and throw. Restricted them 2 runs. I mean, that's saving at least 2 there as well. That could have easily gone towards the boundary.
Absolutely right. Had it beat that man, that would have been a boundary. So 32 overs have been completed. So we've got 13 overs left, and we've got Mr. Mohsin Naqvi talking to us. 184 is the score, and it means their run rate is just under 6 per over, which is not bad.
Yes, I think it's a good recovery so far by Hong Kong, and what they need to do is, of course, keep applying the pressure, and they bowl according to their plan and pick up these valuable wickets at the moment, which we can see a threatening partnership in the bill. They can manage to restrict US to less than 280.
And it's a half century for the captain of USA, Farouk. He raised his bat towards his companions. Well played again, back-to-back half centuries. He got 82 against Pakistan, and now he's on 50.
A brilliant knock, and under pressure after losing 3 wickets in close span. But this is again, he's leading by example, and he's respected the good bowlers, as Ankur Sharma bowled an excellent spell with ably assisted by Farooq Saeed and Shelton. But it's now he's got himself to a milestone, and I'm sure he'll be planning on accelerating to get USA above 300.
Quite right. He waited for the bad balls to come in his way and hit odd boundaries, and he kept on taking singles and doubles. Now he played an interesting shot down towards the long leg boundary, and it's gone all the way for 4. As you were mentioning, now he will fancy himself and will do some improvisation as well.
Exactly. This is in any form of cricket, you know, you need to give yourself some time to adjust and play the situation as well. Yes, he has an abundance of shots in his repertoire, but to have the patience and play the ball on its merit, wait for the bad ones, and then, you know, he will get that, you know, in this form as well. And he's backing himself that he can press the pedal when required.
Concentration and temperament and stamina are very important things in cricket. Once I was listening to the test match special, the BBC radio commentary, and somebody was talking about the Jeff Bycott. He was saying Bycott got 100 in a test match, and he was doing the net after getting that 100 in the evening. Somebody asked him, Jeff, why are you doing net? He said, I'm not leaving them well.
And that's a brilliant point as you bring it out. You know, we, over the years, you know, being ardent fans of the game and listening to this commitment, which for any kid growing up, you know, it's an education that this is the level of commitment required. In my younger days as well, I was fortunate to see Gus Logie, one of the finest fielders, you know, that the game has produced. And in 1991 at the Oval against England, he missed a single wicket run out. So England had fielded.
And as you talked about a miss run out, here Hong Kong, China got a run out.
Fantastic. Well, I should have spoken a bit earlier.
As they have got a run out in their favor, and umpire didn't even refer it to the third umpire because Farooq, I think, wasn't even in the frame in the thinking of the umpire. So Farooq is walking back dejectedly after making a well-made 50. Well played, but I think Hong Kong, China feeling even better after getting him out.
Definitely feeling a lot more confident now to peg them back. A brilliant knock by the skipper. And you know, back-to-back half centuries in this heat. It's, as I mentioned, you're not only playing the opposition, you're playing the weather as well. But very calm and collected innings, and unfortunate for him that he could not press on to get USA past their desired total.
Rudy has come out to bat, the man you talked about a little bit a few minutes ago. He looks like a well-built cricketer, and he can throw his bat around, it looks like.
Well, he looks like a powerhouse, and you can see from his number at the back of his shirt, 007. So let's see if he's going to bring any Bond-like innings here.
Yeah, let's look at that. 193 for 6. We are in the 34th over of the innings. And remember, it's a 45 overs game, and 4 games are being played at the moment. One is happening at National Stadium, other one is going to happen at Moin Khan Academy because that will be a day-night game. And here we're having a match, and another match we are having at National Bank Cricket Stadium near Clifton. You've been to Karachi as well before?
Yes, my parents actually reside in Karachi, so I have spent a fair bit of my life here as well. And it's a lovely city, amazing people, incredible hosts, and you know, the most warmest people that you come across. I mean, hospitality generally in Pakistan all over, you know, we're a very hospitable nation. But Karachi is incredible and a lot to offer.
No doubt about that. It's a metropolitan city, and it is also called the city of lights. And you can see the people from every walk of life here in Karachi. And Karachi have produced good cricketers as well, as we talked about in our previous spell about Karachi Javed Miadar, and it's coming down. It looks like we can see a little bit of drizzling.
Yes, there's a light drizzle in the air now, which is going to, obviously, is still at the moment not going to impact the game. But of course, it gets heavier. Then the umpires now will start considering their options. They are looking and conferring at the moment.
I think they are coming off. It looks like they have decided that go off momentarily. If weather gets all right, then they will be back on the field. As I was talking about that, rain and cricket has a very close relation. Although people love rain, but the cricketers and the spectators and the listeners and the viewers don't like rains when cricket is happening.
Indeed, you know, we all want a full game, and then once if it gets you know, wet like this, of course the groundsmen have to take care of the pitch. The playing, you know, the area gets wet and the players can get injured, and it's of paramount importance to maintain you know, yourself here and, you know, not take a risk running on a wet outfield.
The players are still in the field, waiting weather to be settled, although covers are being brought in as well by the groundsmen, and we have here the old types of covers. Nowadays cricket has changed a lot, and we see different kind of covers in different grounds. Particularly, I love the one in England.
Yes, indeed. I mean, again, when you look at the amount of rain that plagues the cricket season in the UK, and as we recently saw in Sri Lanka as well, it is, you know, it plays havoc, and then you actually, you know, you get reduced games. Obviously, when spectators come and watch live cricket, it is they pay for whatever the format, they want the full, you know, full deal. And again, if it gets changed into a lower format, batsmen, batters, bowlers, everybody has to adapt accordingly. Again, we've got to be flexible. This is part and parcel of the game for playing an outdoor sport.
And the groundsman has been held back by the umpire, so the rain stays away and the match is going to get underway again. So this is a good news for the cricket lover, good news for our viewers, that rain hasn't made a big pause or hasn't made a big stop here. So everything is in order again. 192 for 6 is the score. We are in the 34th over of the innings. Weather is absolutely pleasant, but rain can come again at any stage, at any time. And we have got the company of Mr. Mohsin Naqvi, who's telling us good stories and telling his and sharing his experience with us. Match resumes. This one stares into the offside, and there is no run.
Yes, Hong Kong has developed a bit of a momentum, getting the prize scout for the USA skipper, Farooq. It is obviously a time to capitalize on that, and if they can pick a couple of quick wickets, you know, this total can be less imposing when the batters come in and chase.
Well, yesterday we saw West Indies getting 267 here, and Australia replied with 183. But West Indies had a few test players in their team as well, likes of Dev Narayan, who represented West Indies in test matches, and the other one was Nagamoto. This one is played away very, very fine towards the deep fine leg boundary for 4. That was a good shot.
Great shot. I think it was a loser delivery towards the leg, but beautifully timed for a much needed boundary. And that takes the pressure off the US team, and especially against Najib, who's bowled exceptionally well today to bring Hong Kong back into the game. So it's going to be a bit of a seesaw cricket. Again, you get a wicket and then, you know, concede a boundary, makes it all interesting for the spectators.
This is what cricket is all about. At times we see the bat dominates, and in a very next few minutes we see the ball dominating again. So seesaw, as you told rightly, but let's see who will win at the end. But nevertheless, win or lose is the part of the game, but one should play like a champion and one should fight right down to the wire, right down to the last over.
Well, I assure you, this is what the people are here for, the players, and we've had the fortune of a banter with all the teams, while at breakfast or in the hotel, bumping into each other in the elevators, etc. And everyone's so keen. It doesn't feel that it's over 40s cricket. I mean, you're playing for the national side and your national colours with the emblem, proudly emblazoned on your chest and your hats. So you're going to give you 100%.
It reminds me that Raz Muradabadi once he said, "उम्र जितनी बढ़ती है ये दिल जवां होता है, राज ये हंसी गजलें और इन सफेद बालों में."
Wow, wow. Indeed, absolutely. It's and look, as you see now, Farooq Bhai, north of 50 years of age. He is, I would say, 50 years young. He has represented the Hong Kong national team at the national level in hockey as well, which and for being captain of the hockey team for 15 years, which is no mean feat. 2 ACL operations, but that willpower to come back, stay engaged, lead the team into such a major tournament. Same thing with Najib Amar. He's also the national coach of UAE and has coached Hong Kong team, played for the Hong Kong national team for a number of years, very actively involved, coaching, mentoring, even kids, women's teams, etc., all around Hong Kong. So encouraging the new generation.
This one dropped in front of the man at covers and single is taken. Yeah, and you also can take the example of former Pakistan skipper Misbah-ul Haq. He played for Peshawar Zalmi at the age of more than 42, and he's still playing, captaining Pakistan side in this over 40 Global Cup. And the way he captained Pakistan in test matches and ODIs and T20s, it is an sublime example.
Look, age is just a number. I mean, it's a cliche, but at the end of the day, the skill set that Misbah possesses, it is still invaluable in any format. I mean, you see him in different leagues, T10, T20, now playing 45 over 40s format. But his regime, his professionalism is admirable. I think he still prepares as he would, for a test match.
No doubt about that. He's a man of resilient character, showed great patience while he was the captain.
That's an excellent delivery there by Farooq. And again, not giving him much wit. Rudy, I had the pleasure of having a chat with him earlier. Is a vibrant personality. I did ask him earlier, and I'm sure some viewers must have caught that interview, that to bring up a team after their near victory against Pakistan yesterday, to bring up the atmosphere was much needed.
35 overs have been bowled, 198 for 6 is the score. At times, Mohsin, you get 2 titles for the same work. That's what I have seen. When Misbah was captaining Pakistan side, a lot of people was criticizing him for his captaincy, also for the way he used to play, used to bat. And after his retirement, the same pupils came up and saying he was the greatest captain of the world, he did that and this and that. What is your take on it?
I think it's a thankless job.
Yeah.
Sometimes we all emulate our hero. But, when you hear the negative side, of the media. Everyone's social media person now, with the mobile phones in their hands, and they think they know better. If your team has lost 4 wickets in a row, and you're at 25 runs, what are you expected to come in and fire and try to take a risk? No, you've got to buckle down, and he's got the resilience. He understands that he has to be the anchor. And again, there is a misbah in every team. And given the opportunity, they've got to go and rise above that. And that's what we as associate nations do. We look at our test playing nations. We look at our test playing heroes. And again, you try to emulate, even if you get even a fraction of where they are. You're not going to be that level, but any fraction of that is a bonus. That resilience, that mental toughness.
Another single for the batting side, no doubt about that. You explained it beautifully. And finishing on misbah, once I saw a tweet from Harsha Bhogle, the voice of cricket in India. He tweeted that misbah does see 2 things every day. One is sun, other is Pakistan 4 down for 20 or 5 down for 25.
And I don't envy him for that. It's a horrible position to go in when your team is down, but then it's very uplifting as well and very rewarding. And that's the reward that you strive for. When you contribute as an individual, you know your role in the team. And when you contribute, that is towards a collective purpose. And that's to get your team there, make the other player around you, and hold the fort. And somebody's got to be that wall, which the whole team can depend on. Of course, everyone's got to carry their own weight.
Yes, and at the fag end of his test career, the man who had the title of Tuk by the media, he wasn't criticized by the good commentators and good experts at all. But there was people who they were criticizing him and tagging him Tuk. But then he got 100 against Australia in 56 ball in a test match.
That was a phenomenal knock, and I do remember watching that. What a delight. You see, he did prove his critics wrong. But again, what would you rather have, 25 for 4 or 30 for 5? Yes, I would definitely take that position over, like, okay, if you're 180 for 4, then everybody forgets where you were. So it's a very thankless job, but somebody has to play that anchor knock. And I think this is what, like I mentioned earlier, that this is how we train as well. That you got to be resilient. It's not over till it's over. There's always a comeback chance, and cricket gives us that opportunity.
199 for 6, 36 overs have been completed. Yes, we have seen where the team making comeback from nowhere, as at Eden Gardens once India were following on, and Lakshman getting 281, Dravid got 180, and they beat Australia. And similarly, at Eden Gardens, where I talked about Shoaib Akhtar, who bowled Tendulkar and Dravid, when that match got started, Srinath was firing on with all cylinders. And I remember Pakistan were 26 for 6 in first half hour of the test match. And Pakistan won that test match.
Incredible. And like you mentioned, the India-Australia game, that has got to be one of the greatest games and comebacks. Following on against the top side in the world. And Australia for a decade, they were dominating, actually 3 World Cups. So more than a decade. They're still an absolute top team. So to counteract with aggression, to following on under all that pressure, when you're down and dusted, when everyone's written you off, and those are those knocks that make you a hero.
No doubt about that, and that's why called by the umpire, and 200 is up for USA. We are in the over number 37, so we've got 8 overs left after this one. Now, weather is clearing the bet. It looks like that rain will stray away, and we will have the full game as far as today's match is concerned.
And we are talking about resilience, we're talking about patience, we are talking about stamina and patience. This is a cricket should be like. This is what a cricketer should be doing, isn't it?
Well, as you can see, a prime example today, that first USA came all guns blazing. You know, they put their very narrow loss behind them, which is very commendable. And what a positive start. And that also, like now, the whole team members in the dugout, they forget, you know, they forgot what happened yesterday. Today's a new day, and you know, take on the challenge for today. And they're not taking Hong Kong lightly. But again, resilience again from Hong Kong's amazing spinners. Ankur Sharma as well, you know, even getting a couple of maidens in this format is superb to bring back, you know, the game to equal level. So now with Naveed, he enjoyed success against the Aussies in the practice match, you know, picked up 4 wickets, conceding 60. But
this is a lovely shot. Just right over the top at extra cover, and it raced away towards our left, down to the boundary for 4. Good shot.
It's a very, very good utilization of his feet, opened the bat up inside out shot. You know, just knowing where the fielder is and going over the top for valuable runs again.
It has been a good over for the batting side so far. A wide followed by a boundary, as you mentioned. He knew exactly where the fielder was, and he got that ball just over the top of Coversfield's man and picked up a boundary. This time he tried to hit that one hard. Probably that's why he didn't able to time it too well, but nevertheless he got a single.
Well, it's sometimes, you know, when you look at it, it doesn't have to be a slog shot. You don't have to craft these shots. And you got to, of course, the bowler is bowling to his strength. He's there for a purpose. But, you know, you recognize the bad balls, and like he's just done, pick the gap, Rudy, and nicely executed, totally bisected the car corner fielder and back to square leg. And for most of the total, which is already crossed 200.
Rudy backed himself with the boundary. That was really a half track, a long hop, and he had a lot of time to rock back onto the back foot and played a good pull shot. That was a good ball, but batsmen played that one very sensibly. And they turned back for the second, throws in, and gone! What a tremendous run out by the fielder and by the bowler, who picked up a good throw and dislodged the balls, and batsman is absolutely disappointed. Rudy wanted a second run, but they could not quite able to get the second run, and they had the run out instead.
That's a fantastic breakthrough, and again, if you keep knocking the wickets, they are going to assist in restricting USA to post a much more formidable total. I think Hong Kong, you know, picking up those 2 wickets, whether you're receiving it through, you know, by dislodging the bails or catches, but run-outs are equally important. You know, direct hits, throws over the stumps, basic stuff that every cricketer practices, and Hong Kong's executed those really well.
Amir Khan got run out. Rudy was the one who played that stroke towards the onside. They took one in the charged back for the second. Throw came in nick of a time, and bowler dislodged the stumps in the nick of time as well. And Hong Kong, China got a very, very good run out in their favor, and more importantly at a very important stage of the game.
Indeed, and it's now, as we're getting to the last few overs of the game, of the innings, it is imperative for Hong Kong to keep applying that pressure. It's not easy. They've been feeling for a good part of 38 overs. And, obviously tired legs at the moment. But again, that last push so that the batters have less pressure when they go out.
Ajay Sharma goes out to bat. Rudy is staying at the one end. 37 overs have been completed, 214 for 7. So now I think, in my views, Hong Kong, China got a very good chance even to bundle them out.
Well, they will definitely be backing themselves up for this, and they brought Shelton back into the attack. Shelton bowled really well earlier on, as the Hong Kong bowling was being dispatched all over in the early onslaught by USA. He did assist in Hong Kong bringing back the game into contention.
Shelton now making some adjustments in fielding. The left-handed batsman on strike, and he nudges the first one and going through for a quick single, which he completes at the end. So now USA have to be careful, because another wicket or two can get them down considerably and can create some real problem for them to play out the full 45 overs.
So now, as you can see, the fielding adjusted. Rudy looks like an explosive batsman. Plays for California in the league over there in the USA.
Yeah,
But again, sensible batting.
that's what they need to do as far as their point of view goes, because they have 7 down and they've still got 46 legal deliveries to be played by them to play out their 45 overs, and 3 wickets can easily be taken inside the 46 balls. So that's why USA have to be very careful in this particular regard, and I think Ajay Sharma doing a sensible job. He has picked up couple of singles in first couple of balls which he has played.
Yes, it's very solid batting and sensible, stroking for a single, just rotating the strike. And then, one of the players will be more aggressive than the other, and I think Rudy is planning to take on that role. But nicely played to deep backward cover for a single. Hong Kong, of course, are going to be backing themselves. They're definitely upbeat after an initial bit of fireworks. But they brought Hong Kong back in the game, and anything under 250, whether they bowl them out or restrict them, it would be definitely a total that they'll be happy with compared to the obvious 300.
300 looks like a long grind from here on for the USA. But yeah, they can be happy or can settle at 260 to 70, but let's see. But on the other hand, Hong Kong, China would look to restrict them inside 250 even if they can. 38 overs are bowled now. So we've got 7 overs left, and they've got 3 wickets in their hand. I've got Mohsin Naqvi alongside, who's sharing his experience, sharing his precious thoughts with us.
Well, the weather seems to be holding up, and I'm using some of my flying knowledge of meteorological conditions. It was just a passing drizzle earlier, but there is some wind as well, so the clouds, the threatening ones, have crossed over the field and heading over our hotel at the moment, so we might get a nice clean down.
Yeah, a lot of crows can be seen in the outfield as well.
Yes, well, they're certainly getting a bird's eye view. So Zahar Khan is now back in the attack. Enjoyed considerable success yesterday against Nepal. But again, that's way down the leg side. And Hong Kong will obviously have to work on not conceding too many extras now. They have bowled a few wides today, which might hurt them in the end, you know, if it's a total less than 250 as well. But if we end up giving more wides and extras, it is just it's like another batsman.
Rudy has gone downtown and gone for 4. Rudy has thrown his bat at that one. I think he has decided to go after the bowling. And as you mentioned, he's a powerful man, looks like a powerhouse, and he can play big shots.
Indeed he does. I mean, he's got the swagger, and he obviously, one of his favorite players is Viv Richards. I think I can see a bit of a swagger in there as well.
Oh, Viv Richards was a terrific player. And in those days, Mohsin, imagine, his one-day average was 57 and his strike rate was 90 in 80s. And 90 still considers as a good strike rate in nowadays. And 57 is still considered a very good average nowadays. But he had 57 average and 90 plus strike rate in those days. That was a good ball. And who was second to him? Can you tell me, or can you remember?
Well, second to him, I mean, of course, there were, Ian Botham, fantastic all-rounder, again, very, very aggressive player in that era. I do recall actually just going on another track that once Ian Botham was bowling, and they were very good friends, Viv Richards and Ian Botham. Both got knighted. They played for the same county team, but they were very good friends off the field. But I do remember one innings where I think Viv scored 180 plus in that one day. In those days, 180.
Bridge.
Yes.
At Trent Bridge he scored 189, and here in Karachi in 87 World Cup he scored 181. But you will be surprised to hear the name who was second to him in those days in One Day International regarding the strike rate and average. That was none else but Zahir Abbas. So his average was 47 in those days and his strike rate was 84.
Again, a very, very good player. His double 100, even a triple 100, I think he's managed as well. And now, unfortunately, he's not well. I heard last, he happens to be a very good friend of my father's. He is ill in the UK, taking treatment, and to do wish him a speedy recovery.
Yeah, I wish him very quick recovery as well. Zahir was a tremendous player. He was very silky. He was very soothing to watch and played some tremendous knocks. So I was telling you about Richards. Richards always had a very swagger, a great swagger and a grunt when he got to the field to bat. And Jonathan Agnew was sharing a very, very good story about him a few days back when I was listening to a test match when Australia was taking on England during Ashes series, the last Ashes. That once Webb was playing for a country and Agnew playing against him, and one of Agnew's countrymen got the first wicket very earlier, and then everyone was waiting and no one was coming out of the dressing room, and then suddenly he was telling that Wave came out and his head was sweating and he was hitting his bat like this. Everyone was a spectator, and he straight away smashed a bowler, and there was a glass factory called Friesen Glass Factory or something else, and the ball dropped on its roof, and the big sound of that the glass were broken.
I mean, what an incredible story. It's, of the man as well. You see, a lot of our communication, when you look at, statistically, we communicate, only 7% in words, 38% in tonality. But 55% of our normal communication on an average is body language. So now for somebody to walk like that onto the pitch, can you imagine as a fielder, as a bowler, as a fielding captain, with somebody walking in with that body language, you're already on the back foot.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. And the World Cup they lost against India, the World Cup final in 1983, because in those days we used to have 60 overs game in one days, in ODIs. Rehan Fazal, a BBC reporter, was sharing the story that West Indies lost the first wicket cheaply, then Wave went out to bat. Clive Lloyd said to him, Clive, look, we are playing a 60-over match and we should be chasing around about in 45, 46 overs. He said, no, I'm going to finish this match in 20 overs. 1983. And he went out to bat and struck 7 boundaries in no time. He got to 33 very quickly, but then Madan Lal Kapil Dev took a blinder of a catch, took a wonderful catch, and then you know all the story. India went on to win the World Cup.
Look, cricket is a game of chance. The other team is also there, and they're going to compete. Now it's a matter of resilience. You get hit for a boundary, you come back the next ball. That is what you need to do. You got to forget it. You got to have a short memory as far as that, but just learn what not to do. Do not repeat your mistakes. Yes, we make new mistakes, but we got to learn them. And I think India thoroughly deserved that. What a comeback against the favorite team of the tournament. The dominating team, the body language, everything. So they turned the table.
Yeah, there are many stories to share. India were down and out against Zimbabwe, and they were 17 for 5, if my memory serves me right. Kapil Dev scored 175 in that particular match, and then India won that World Cup. It changed the entire cricket in India. 232 for 7, 40 overs have been done and dusted. So we have come down to the last 5 overs of this innings now, and these two are playing a very vital part for USA. Rodi and his partner now developing a good partnership. Let's see.
So Zahir Khan back into the attack.
A wide throw will allow them to take the second run as well.
And these extra runs are going to cost Hong Kong. And it does make a difference when you're chasing. And if the game goes down to the last few overs. So these extras will definitely haunt. But again, they fielded well. They've had a couple of run-outs. So that's nicely backed up. Zahir Khan is one of our very favorite members of our team. He's a character. Hails from the Pakhtunkhwa province in Pakistan, but has been living in Hong Kong for a long while. Very well liked, or loved, I would say, as a character. Keeps everyone entertained. And this is, and basically he's facing his counterpart in Rory at the other end.
Shazar bowled a good delivery to Rudy. That was wide outside the off stump, but well inside the line of the guideline, which is for the wide ball.
The dot balls are like gold at the moment in the last 5 overs. And I'm sure Hong Kong captain would be relieved to get a few.
Struck over the pad, a half-hearted sort of appeal was made by the bowler. Umpire called it a leg by. Yes, dot balls are very important. It can frustrate the batsman, and the batsman can go for the wishy-washy shot after playing few dot balls because he can get upset.
Exactly. The dot balls do increase that pressure. Then you have to cultivate a shot, which is not normally at the merit of the delivery that you're facing, which increases the risk factor and an opportunity for the bowling team to pick up a wicket. Again, wickets will make a difference. US is definitely building up a partnership now. This 8th wicket partnership is holding the fort.
Yeah. Ajay comes out of his crease and lobbed the catch. Commentator curse. He gifted a catch to a Covers fieldsman who accepted that one gladly or gleefully. So the 8th wicket goes down.
Fantastic catch by Ankur Sharma. And beautifully judged, because these are not the easy ones, which are going above your shoulder. But very, very nicely judged. And again, a good line by Zahar Khan in this, the last few overs of the innings, to just maintain his composure. Must be tired legs, but running in with that same impetus to, deliver for his team.
Ajay Sharma, who was combating well against the attack of Hong Kong, China, finally got out. So now they are 8 down for 236 in 41 overs.
Well, the new batsman in is Vinod, Vinny, as he's affectionately known in his team. I had the pleasure of meeting him on my flight over from Doha. So we had a chat. And he was absolutely excited to be visiting Pakistan, considering that as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. All his family and friends, they told him about Pakistan, but for a person of Indian heritage to visit the lovely nation, it's a dream. He's trying to make the most out of it, making a lot of friends along the way. And obviously enjoying the cricket that is being presented.
Yeah, cricket always give you opportunities like this. You can make friends from different cultures, from different walk of lives, and you can meet different kind of people. So cricket is a great fraternity, great brotherhood. 42nd over about to be commences. Rudy is on strike.
So Najib Amar, the experienced coach come player of Hong Kong, is coming on, holding good tight lines again. It's nice to come back. The players go off sometimes just to take a breather for 5 overs according to the regulations. In this heat, they need to replenish themselves, just put their feet up for a while, ice some of their part, and that's an absolutely brilliant Yorker. Test player would have struggled with that delivery, but Rudy's done tremendously well to block that one out.
And even Stuart Broad and Anderson would be proud on bowling that ball. You're quite right. Oh, that was another good ball, but it will give them some runs as it edged away towards the third man boundary for 4 runs. That should be called a lucky boundary.
Well, 4 welcome runs, and especially now the dismissal earlier, the pressure was on the US team, but getting a welcome boundary.
Yeah, these boundaries can help them a lot, because they have lost 8 of their wickets. Number 10 is already at the middle with Rudy, and Hong Kong, China still can fancy get them out, get them all out.
Well, 1 wicket brings 2, as they say in cricket, and it's again that pressure that you build. You tighten the noose on the opposition, don't give them any easy deliveries to stroke, but this was nicely played by Rudy as well. Yes, slightly edgy, but again effective.
Rudy doing a marvelous job. Now he's getting a quick single, which he completed quite easily at the end. And now strike is with number 10. Let's see.
Yeah, sensible cricket to rotate the strike. One more ball, I think, remaining in this over.
The last ball of this over is coming up. And here is Najib. Oh, batsman was trying to do something else, but at the end he did something else, but did pretty well and got a couple of runs.
Yes, he's chipping away towards 250 now, which will be their revised target in their minds, I believe. And I think so far the Hong Kong team has done really well as we approach 18 more legal deliveries in the first innings. USA, as we remind our viewers, won the toss and elected to bat first. Based on their success against Pakistan yesterday, they were right down to the wire, but unfortunately did not cross the line for themselves. But what a tremendous experience yesterday.
42 overs have been sent down, 243 for 8 is the score, and here is Shizar Khan. Rudy has got that one onto the onside, take one, turn back for the second, and good running again, couple of more runs. They must be eyeing on at least 260 to 65, 245 for 8 is the current score.
Well, definitely, you make the most out of it. I think we're going to see the long willow now from Rudy. He's going to have to take some risks to get a few more boundaries.
And there he goes. He has hit it in the air, but he didn't time that one at all, and it fell well short of the fielder at deep mid-wicket, and Rudy has taken a single. Rudy is trying his level best to get the ball out of the park, but he is not succeeding to his aim.
But credit to Zahar Khan as well for varying his length and maintaining his composure. He does know that it's going to be, the USA batsmen are going to try and hit boundaries. But again, dot ball, which like you mentioned earlier, is more valuable now. It's like a wicket in the last few overs.
Vinod is on strike against Zahar Khan. Played defensively but right out of the middle of the bat. But dot ball for the Hong Kong's point of view.
Beautiful delivery again. This is incredible. I think as a cricketer, the mindset is that in the last few overs of the innings, singles or dot balls or wickets, of course, if you're lucky, are what you target. The main objective is not to concede boundaries, and Zahar Khan seems to be achieving that objective, and obviously going to put a smile on his captain's face.
No doubt about that. Absolutely right. He's keeping them quiet, keeping them under check, and going through his over very quickly as well. This time somehow batsman gonna get few runs, and with the courtesy of fielder, he will get the second as well.
That's a toss me misfield after a very, very good over. But fielder is apologizing to the bowler for his untiring efforts. But yes, Hong Kong will have to finish strong. They're only 2 wickets away from restricting USA to less than 250. And it's 2 balls. This is the way I would look at it, if I'm on the field. That, 2 balls and, a target of less than 250. But of course, USA has other plans, and they'll try to prove us wrong.
Yeah, you're quite right. 2 balls can restrict them at 248, but those balls should be wicket-taking balls.
Indeed, and you got to feel everything, you got to catch everything that comes, keep that concentration going. It's imperative to just push for these 12 balls of absolute brilliance, in the field.
Over number 44 begins here.
Najib Amar, the coach come player of Hong Kong.
And he is going to bowl to Rudy. Rudy gets that one, but Zahar Khan did bit of fumble and it allowed single. 249 for 8 now, 11 deliveries still to be bowled in this innings, and let's see what Vinod will come up with, because Vinod so far remained very quiet and calm. He played defensively most of the time. Wicketkeeper is standing up. Najib is operating from the far end. He wanted a sweep, which he couldn't quite execute, and there is no run.
As you can see, there's a huge gap, towards the defined leg, which gives an opportunity for the batter to get some invaluable runs on board at the moment. A couple, one dot and a single. Najib will take that any time. And here's another dot ball.
Good work from Najib, good work from Hong Kong, China. And our production team doing a good job as well. I just saw the spider camera doing its job.
I've flown many airplanes in my life. I haven't flown a drone yet.
They take one, turned back for the second, and 251 is registered now. So 250 is up for the USA. It is sort of a milestone as well.
Indeed it is, after the initial flurry of runs that Hong Kong conceded, they would have fancied bowling out the opposition, before 250. But US has done well. They still got a couple of wickets in hand, which would assist them into getting now posting something in the range of 265 that they'll be looking at by the end of the 45th.
Vinod facing up to Najib. This one played in towards the fieldsman who's standing in the gully. His throat did hit the stumps, but batsman was well inside his crease. 44 gone, 251 for 8.
Yes, excellent throw by Mohit, just keeping the pressure on as we reach the last 6 deliveries of the final over for the innings for USA. After electing to bat first, and now 251 for the roster of 8 wickets. Incredible knocks up in the order, and now with Rudy at one end facing now the last final 6 deliveries from Zahar Khan. We'll hope to capitalize and take them to a formidable total the north of 265.
Last over of the innings of USA has to be bowled by Zahar Khan, who's in shirt number 75, taking a long run-up who steams away. Rudy walks in. He came down the pitch, but Zahar bowled that one down the leg side and wide pin called.
Yes, that's a costly delivery, and he saw the batsman moving forward and adjusted his line, where in this situation probably best to maintain his line, bowl on his strengths.
Oh, he gave it a very hard go at that one, the Rudy, but didn't middle that one at all. It stopped in the cover. So one ball been bowled in this over and 1 run's been given through wide. If he ends his over with 6 or 7, it will be a good over to me.
Absolutely, if you can manage not to concede a boundary, but here we go. That's
but
a big hit.
This has gone, and this has gone all the way at wide mid-wicket boundary for 6. That's what we hoping from Rudy, because he's a powerful man, and finally he connected one, and connected that one tremendously well.
Well, brilliant connection. and he's trying to seize the momentum back for the USA team as we go to the second half of the day, and obviously succeeded in connecting over the ropes.
He gave it a tonk again. Take one. Will they turn back for the second? No, they won't. And this will be good for Hong Kong, China, because now Vinod will be on a strike, because Rudy could be dangerous for last 3 or 2 balls.
Well, brilliant work there by Iftikhar, putting the pressure on the batter to rethink a second run. And a misfield would have definitely awarded Rudy the strike, who's looking really dangerous at the moment.
Wicketkeeper has come up a couple of paces for the Vinod. Probably he knows that they may try to take a single even if wicketkeeper gets the ball. Oh, he played a very good shot, improvised it terrifically. They are going back for the third, and strike is given back to the Rudy as well.
And that's a very wild throw, and this is costly. But what a brilliant stroke of genius by Vinod to get 3 runs for his team, and also give Rudy the strike for a potential boundary.
Yeah, Zahar Khan thinking hard, pondering hard. Let's see what Rudy comes up with. Here we go. Rudy has thrown his bat at that, and that is going towards the Pearl Continental Oval, and it's gone outside the boundary for yet another 6. Second 6 of the over.
What a brilliant strike, an absolute clean strike. He knew exactly where to hit. It was in his arc, and seized the moment. Fantastic work by Rudy. This is an amazing cameo at the fag end of the innings, with Zahar Khan now coming in to bowl the final delivery, and that is nicely taken by Shelton at the square leg boundary to finish the innings off for the US.
Yeah, they finished it on 268 for 9, and Rudy was the one who dismissed on the final ball of the innings, but not before scoring 38.
Fantastic, and those 38 runs are going to be invaluable, I mean, in the big scheme of things, as USA go down to defend. The bowlers are going to have a smile on their face because they have seized the momentum at the end. But let's not take anything away from the Hong Kong bowlers. They have toiled really hard after being put into the field, after losing the toss. And they came against some incredible power hitting in the first power play. But they come back well in the middle overs through the help of Najib Amar and Shelton bowling medium pace. But the pick of the bowlers was Ankur Sharma, and ably assisted by the other seamers.
Well, 268 for 9, that's what they have scored. 269 is the target for the Hong Kong China to win this match and register a second victory in a row in this over 40 Global Cup. Mohsin, thank you very much for your precious time. Thank you very much for your precious commentary, and would look forward to see you in the next innings as well.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I do appreciate, and for all the viewers watching and listening to us, our teams have backed us along the way. We've been inundated with encouraging messages, from our families, the support from our clubs, USRC, Kowloon Cricket Club, Kaitak Cricket Club, India Club, to name a few. And my apologies if I missed any, but we are being well represented. We are playing for the Hong Kong national team. Regardless, we are being backed, and we couldn't have done anything without their support. I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and now we are taking a short break. We'll see you back in the second innings. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and welcome back to the Karachi Khana, where Hong Kong, China starting their innings. Mohit and Rohit are the two openers. First ball of Hong Kong, China's innings coming up. Struck on the pad. Rashid Khan and Yujif are the two umpires who are officiating at the field. Wasimuddin is the television umpire and Naeem Ahmed is the match referee, former Pakistan international and also played for PIA, played departmental cricket. This one is played onto the onside in Hong Kong's China getting their first run. John Patrick has taken the single as well. So both batsmen are away. Patel is the bowler who is operating from the pavilion end and bowling to Mohit. .269 is the victory target. The required run rate is just shade under 6 per over at the start of the innings. But now it has gone shade over 6 per over, as they've scored 2 runs in first 4 balls. Clouds are building up nicely over the sky. That's a good shot. That is a very good shot. Fielder is after the ball. It slows down. It doesn't have the legs to carry all the way. Couple of runs for Mohit. John Patrick and Mohit, who have opened the innings for Hong Kong, China. Leg by called by Rashid Khan by tapping on his left knee. First over is done, 5 for no loss. Is this the over? Five runs have come off the first over. Rudolph Hinz is the bowler, whose nickname is Rudy, as it is written on his shirt. Rudolph Hinz, and he is going to bowl to Mohit. Rudolph starting the fresh over from the club road end. He's going to bowl to Mohit, who is the right-handed batsman for Hong Kong. This one is driven straight into the covers, and I have been joined by my good friend Mohsin Naqvi again. Mohsin, welcome back. Is this the hot seat or the best seat in the house? Because one can sit back and share his views, express his thoughts, and even can criticize somebody. But it's very tough to do something in the field.
Well, you know, we can all be critics off the field, but then the cricketers themselves, would you believe it, are more self-critical than anybody else. And they can certainly do with not much critique from the outside.
Rudolph streams in again, and Mohit played that one very gently into the leg side. Every run does have the value. And we saw in the first innings, in the innings of USA, Anwar went all guns blazing. Tell us about your openers or the openers of Hong Kong, China sides. What kind of a batsman they are? I mean, are they aggressive in approach? Are they sedate and serene? Or what type of openers they are?
Well, both the adjectives that you just mentioned, one that would suit more aggressive batsman, likes to play his shots, gets a guy in, he plays for the India club in Hong Kong, captains them, and he has considerable success in the leagues in recent times. Whereas Roy Lampson had a match yesterday against the first wicket against the home. Helperford, very technically sound, seasoned batsman. He's come along the ranks in Hong Kong cricket, represented Hong Kong pretty much at all levels. So very experienced. He will take his time.
Two overs have been completed now, 5 for no loss. So they got off to a quiet start, but as you mentioning that they can compensate the slow start, and few boundaries can come from anywhere at any stage of the game. So Mohit is the one who can play his strokes right from the word scope.
Yes, I think you'll see some fireworks very shortly from Mohit. He loves his cricket, like we all do, but I can see his passion. He does love his bats as well. It's unbelievable, his collection of bats all over the world. It's phenomenal. The bat that he's holding now, the Gunpla, is
Also, you know, one of his finest collections. And hopefully he can make a bit of better use, you know, and get some runs on the board for us today.
This time, this one is played on to the onside by Roy.
Yes, it's Roy Lampson.
Roy Lampson, and he gets a run. Yes, it is very important. Someone's are very passionate about keeping things like bats or something else. And I remember when Shahid Afridi got a century in 37 balls, he used the bat of Waqar Yunus, and Waqar Yunus was gifted by Tendulkar. Tendulkar gifted that bat to Waqar Yunus.
It's incredible, isn't it? That, you know, of course, Shahid Afridi, one of our legends, he would cherish that innings, and of course the bat which you scored it with, it happens to be of one of the living legends.
And that spoiled him. Mohit tried to hit that one onto the onside, missed the line of the ball altogether, and Timbers is disturbed. So the first wicket is gone down for Hong Kong, China.
Indeed, it's not such a great start, and kudos to the bowler for sticking to his line. And you know, sometimes as a bowler you're reading the batsman, his backlift, his stance, etc. He fancied his chances bowling fuller at the stumps, and so the classic cliche, if you miss, I hit.
Absolutely right, rightly put by you. He tried to hit him a 4 or a 6, and instead, bowler won that battle, baffled him, deceived him, and got him out. So first wicket is gone down at the score of 5. So USA got off to a very good start, and China got to do some rethinking, Hong Kong, China, and they got to consolidate now.
Indeed, it's important for Uncle Sharma, who just walked onto the bridge, another experienced campaigner. For Hong Kong, he did play a very nice knock yesterday against Nepal. You know, his experience, and let's see if he can use that experience to be the best for Hong Kong.
Sharma bowled extremely well. He was economical. Also, he took wickets. But now, let's see, he has another job with the bat. Heyman. He comes into the line of the ball very nicely and played that one very watchfully back towards the bowler.
Yes, Ankur Sharma, terrific all-rounder, you know, one of our greatest assets in the Hong Kong setup. And as I mentioned earlier, while Hong Kong was bowling, he's contributed tremendously towards the development of cricket, not only in Hong Kong but also in India. You know, he's a gem of a person to actually, you know, be imparting his skills and knowledge to all the young kids.
Transformation of knowledge is very important in every aspect of life. A teacher should be knowing how to transfer his knowledge to his students. A good cricketer should be knowing, a good coach should be knowing all these things, how to transform his experience or his skills to the young kids.
Exactly, yes. You know, cricket again has many facets to it, and a good player is necessarily not a good coach or a communicator, but a good coach needs to be a good communicator who can get down to the level of the trainee, you know, his student or her student, and that's where they get down, because it's not just about your skill set, you're also playing with emotions. You know, you could have had a bad match and you want to correct something, but if the coach excessively goes and changes somebody's technique, they miss their natural ability. Their natural abilities to move, you know, and with the eye on the ball, etc. So you don't want to make huge changes, but subtle changes.
Very rightly put by you again. One should know the limits of the others as well. This one is driven onto the onside, straight to the fielder. Because once I was listening to Navjot Singh Sidhu, and he was telling the subcontinental cricketers or the Asian cricketers that the grounds we grow up playing cricket, they don't have grass, most of the grounds. So don't try to dive over there. You would be struggling. So try to run fast and recover what they do, recover by diving.
Indeed. And again, you know, but cricket has evolved over the years where the facilities have become better. And nowadays is, with the ever presence of social media, etc., television coverage of all the leagues and everything, as you see on TV, they're picturesque grounds. I mean, spotless, grassy grounds, facilities. And these are small margins that you've got to cater for. So the coaching has evolved with the times, and you need to teach skills. I mean, as you see some players, in whether it's PSL or IPL, etc., and the other leagues, where the fielders practice catches on the boundary line, diving, practicing diving, sliding, pick up and throw. That fraction of a second can make a difference to the outcome of the game.
Third over has been completed. 5-for-1 is the score. In fact, 8-for-1 is the score. Yes, you are right. We have seen unbelievable catches being taken in different leagues, whether it's Big Bash, whether it's PSL or Vitality Blast, or a few other leagues, IPL. So now cricket has changed a lot over the years. Royal Emerson picks up a single as the ball was played away towards the third man region. So far USA have done a very good job. Not only they are keeping them quiet, but also they have got one of their openers out.
Again, a dream start, and that's twice in a row for US today. Thoroughly deserved. They've been extremely positive. Their body language is indicative of a plan. The team management obviously has a plan. That's a brilliant stroke. And it's gone the full mile. Brilliant stroke by Ankur Sharma over the square leg boundary for the maximum.
That's a terrific shot. That one pitched a little back. It wasn't a half tracker. It wasn't a really bad ball, but he adjusted himself in an eye flash and pivoted around on one leg and then pulled it away over backward square leg magnificently for 6. That was some shot.
Oh, this is definitely going to instill some confidence in his team members in the dugout and all the supporters back home who are supporting the cause of Hong Kong cricket.
They went for the appeal.
Oh, he's been given.
Yes, Ankur Sharma is not happy with the decision of the umpire, but he still has to make his walk back because he's been given out or declared out. So after smacking a 6 very next ball, he's got out.
Well, such is this game of cricket. You're 1 second you're on a high, and the next ball is a downer. And he did seem unhappy with the decision, but again, the umpire has the last word, and we don't have the benefit of the DRS to exercise that.
He's still nodding his head, the Ankur Sharma. But you have to take these kind of decisions at the end, if even they are wrong, because umpires are human beings after all, and they have to make the decisions in a split of a second.
Absolutely, we're all humans. They don't have the benefit of the replays, and it's easy to be critical. Sitting outside, but look, they make their judgment call based on a lot of things. Well, Hong Kong's got to put that behind, and Rahul Sambas has just walked in, took a good catch in the deep earlier on. He's another effective all-rounder. Hit a couple of really good sixes yesterday against Nepal. Batted really well. And let's see if he can repeat that performance and take it to higher depths.
Rahul is ready to face up to Rudolph. Outside that off stump, he left that one well alone. So now they are 15 for 2. We are in the 4th over of the innings. It means their run rate is about 4 per over, which has to be improved a bit. But at this stage of the game, they are looking to develop a partnership which can help them. Here is Rudolph. Again outside the off stump, but this time around umpire extended his arms to call it a wide.
Well, the USA team certainly has their tails up after a very, very good start in the field. They backed up their bowling, batting performance, and now
Rudolph is in, and Rahul comes onto the front foot to a ball which was attacking on the middle and leg, and then he drove it very sedately in towards the mid-wicket region, and there is no run. So end of the over number 4, it's 16 for the loss of 2 wickets. The operator of the scoreboard is looking very lethargic down there. At times he doesn't move at all.
well, you gotta give it to him. You know, it's he did put 269 runs on board earlier.
I reckon he has had a pretty big lunch. That's why he looks a bit lethargic or lazy.
But I think the Hong Kong players definitely enjoyed the culinary delights of provided by the host team Pakistan Veterans Association. But they can't go into an afternoon dip. They have to overcome that by applied knowledge and skills, play out these first few bowlers who have certainly put them on the back foot.
Yeah, this wicket has a lot of runs to offer. You got to apply yourself, then runs will come. You got to stay at the wicket. That's what Farooq proved, that's what few other proved when USA batted. And even somebody like Anwar can chip in and play some lusty blows on this track.
Indeed, and there are a few players that are going to come along later on the batting order who take pride in that, and they can definitely hit the ball out of the park. Very capable players, but hopefully, Rahul and Roy would steer Hong Kong through this stormy water for the moment. Get into a safe zone. When a target like 269 starts looking bigger and bigger as you lose wickets. So the key element would be to absolutely just break it down. Scoring a run or ball if possible, and stroking a boundary whenever you can, and keeping the scoreboard ticking.
No doubt about that. And on the other hand, they are trying to mount up some more pressure. This are bowling with a slip in. There is a man back at the fine leg boundary. Point is inside the ring, so it's covered, so it's mid off. Hemant Patel bowling his 3rd over. Ankush Sharma wasn't happy at all when he got that decision against him. This one is worked away into the leg side. Ball has gone down to deep backward square leg. Single for the Royal Emerson, in fact single for the Rahul, and now Royal to take strike.
Indeed, Hemant has bowled really well. A very, very successful start. And backed up by Rudy picking up the prize scalp of Ankush Sharma. Roy is in good form, and I hope the commentator's curse doesn't get to him.
Yeah, that's what happened with the batsman Ankush Sharma, who smashed his 6, and we both were praising him, and on the very next ball he got out. That's a lovely shot. Darrell go all the way, it slows down though, but still got enough legs to carry all the way to the boundary for 4. That was a beautiful shot. Didn't try to hit too hard. One can say he creamed that one through the covers.
Absolutely, and it did remind me of the great legend Salim Malik, sitting on one knee and sort of square driving that through covers. Superbly executed, and again, when you look at it, if If the bowler gives you a chance, then you go for your shot.
What a terrific player Salim was. I can't forget the way he chased down more than 11 per over in 80s against India at Kolkata. And he played very neatly, so much so that he chased the average of 11 per over or more than 11 per over and didn't hit a single six. He was hitting boundaries after boundary.
I do recall that game. And I remember Maninder Singh took the brunt of it. It's what makes legends, games like that. And again, like today, Hong Kong have got their backs to the wall. But as they did in the fielding, they came back strong in the middle session. They recovered from the initial onslaught by Anwar, and they were back in the game. And who would have thought that they would restrict the US team for less than 300? It was looking ominous.
No doubt about that. And then Salim Malik saved a test match at Faisalabad, batted with the broken hand and batted one-handed against somebody like Courtney Walsh and the West Indian attack in those days, you can imagine. So he was a terrific player, and then when he became the captain, he made the best use of Waqar and Wasim, the two Ws. He used them to a great extent and won Pakistan many matches. And when Pakistan was asked to follow on at Pindi, he scored a double 100, 237. That was one of the finest innings I ever watched, particularly the way he handled the Shane Warne in 1994. That was terrific.
Those memories of those innings actually gives me goosebumps. It's incredible, the resilience, the poise, the belief that you can actually do it. Again, you mentioned leadership. A good leader leads by example, and it's the best, true potential out of his players. And indeed, there have been great leaders for the Pakistan team who have gotten the best out of their players.
No doubt about that. And Salim Malik was the one who was a brave cricketer and a fantastic player. And the way he used to handle the spinners, that just tremendous. At times he used to stay well outside his leg stump. Used to take stance well outside his leg stump and unsettle the spinners beautifully. Then even Arvinder De Silva copied him in the fag end of his career. Arvinder De Silva used to stand well outside his leg stump and used to settle the line and length of the bowlers.
It's more of a mind game, isn't it? Yes, you work on your skills, but the real deal is the body language, the mind game, how you little tricks which can unsettle the opposition, and you get like that minute edge which can make that difference to the outcome. Of course, the bowler is going to try to outwit you, the keeper is going to try to distract you, and a batter's got his own sets of skills. Movement can unsettle a bowler, and the best of the bowlers, when they're in the zone, they get unsettled when a batsman moves.
Quite right. We are talking with Mr. Mohsin Naqvi. He's from Hong Kong, China side, and he's an airline captain as well. Tell us was some aeronautical things in your aeronautical experience.
It was 29 years ago since I started flying, so that's going to give away my age now to the viewers. But yes, I flew 7 years for a national carrier in Pakistan, followed by 2 decades with the national carrier based out of Hong Kong. And now currently I'm flying for the national carrier in the Middle East, flying the Boeing 777.
So, youngsters can get inspiration from him and can search their career in this field as well. Another over is ended, so 6 overs now have been completed.
Hong Kong, China have lost couple of wickets, but these two are now making sure that they don't lose more wickets quickly, and they are trying to build up a partnership which is very necessary.
Indeed, partnerships, everyone has a role in the team, and they are well communicated that role, and the main thing is to be mature about it, respect the good bowlers, and punish the bad ones.
Jan Nisar has been inducted onto the bowling attack, and his first one is driven by the batsman, but Rudolph did pretty well in the covers to stop it.
Well, that was brilliant fielding, a lovely cover drive by Rahul, but Rudy was not going to let that one pass. Absolute Giselle, he jumped onto it and judged it perfection.
Yeah, his name is, one can say he names after the great Rahul Dravid, who scored wall in cricket. As we were talking in our previous spell that Rahul Dravid and Lakshman pulled out a tremendous victory for India at Kolkata in 2000 and 2001, and Rahul Dravid was a sublime driver of the ball. He also was a resilient character and a terrific player.
Indeed he was, and we've been fortunate enough to see Dravid's, amazing technique and, the patience, the maturity, and I'm sure when he mentors those kids, other teams, etc., they benefit tremendously. So Rahul Sambas, if we emulate Rahul Dravid even for up to the scale of 20%, I think the Hong Kong team would be very proud of him.
Indeed they will be, or they should be. 6th over is in progress. Hong Kong, China's batsmen is still trying to get themselves out of that pressure which been developed on them by the bowlers of USA. Oh, what bowler wants? I think all happened in a friendly way.
Well, he's got a smile on his face, and Janissar was bowled an amazing spell yesterday, got Hassan Raza out for a duck, which is obviously going to be the one for his grandchildren. And but he's showing some aggression, but it's all in good spirit. But Roy, and kudos to him, he just told him to go back and go and bowl another one.
And then he made him to wait by doing some gardening.
And this is what I mean by body language. That whether you win or you lose, but you got to play the part. You got to be there. Everyone is playing for their nation. They are proud to be representing, albeit both the countries are associate nations, but for everyone it's the World Cup. Yeah. This is it. This is a big deal.
No doubt, and good cricket going on, and we're having a very good competition between ball and bat. Good battle is on. Janissar tried to threaten him or tried to subdue him. Oh, that was the beauty of a ball. That was a Jaffa. Once again they're having a go at each other. Oh, now Janissar showed him, you did the gardening and now take the answer from me.
Yes, there is going to be a good friendly banter, but I think what Roy is alluding to is that the ball is running onto the pitch with spikes on. And as we know, the pitch starts breaking up, chunks of it start coming off, especially in the second innings. And the spinners are going to come on, and it's just going to make life much more difficult for the Hong Kong batters.
Yeah, you can't trade down the pitch according to the cricket rules. You got to avoid, otherwise you will have a warning and then you will be taken off the bowling. for the whole match.
Indeed. Strict rules. We're playing under the ICC rules with the laws of cricket. And it's nothing different, you know, even though we're playing over 40s cricket.
That's a beautiful shot from Rahul. Ball slowed down. Fielder got there. In comes his return. Couple of runs for Rahul. Rahul stood tall and drive that one beautifully by standing up.
Excellent execution. He plays well within his limits. He knows he's very capable. Has a good head over his shoulders. You know, at the end of the day, you want to do it for your teammates. You want to do it for your country. You do want to do it for yourself as well.
That's a good shot.
That's a brilliant stroke. Brilliant stroke towards the mid-wicket boundary for another boundary.
He knew exactly where the fielders were, and he picked up the gap beautifully and picked up a boundary. So now he's growing in confidence. It will do world of good for him as far as confidence is concerned. 6 runs already of the over, and now Rudolph has to rethink about Rahul.
Well, it's a good game between the willow and the leather at the moment, and people executing that. So it's a good comeback delivery by Rudolph, another experienced campaigner.
Yeah, he did play a few big hits, particularly in the last over of their innings when US was batting. Rahul showing some guts, showing some credentials. This one is turned into the leg side, but straight to the fielder, and fielder is none else but Janisar, and he's still aiming at Roy.
Well, I think I mentioned that yesterday. Well, Roy is built very strong. He could be mistaken for a rugby player with a Rugby World Cup on. But I don't think this is going to hurt him. But I think this, a little bit of gamesmanship, as long as it's within limits, is definitely welcome.
Yeah, and spectators love this sort of battles within the battle or contest within the contest.
Indeed.
Here is Rudolph. On the leg stump, they appealed, but umpire called it a wide. They tried to pressurize the umpire, but Yujif called it a wide, so a run is added up into the total. They are still pondering and thinking, umpires coming together, and I think they're going to concentrate, they're going to do some conversation about this. Will they reverse the decision or not? Let's see.
Well, it's actually mind-boggling, you know, because it's not the leg umpire's call. Why are they conferring? Well, if it was low or a catch, that the officiating umpire, if the non-striker end, if he sees something that there's a doubt that the catch hasn't carried, then you confer with the leg umpire.
The ball was gloved by the keeper cleanly, so only question whether it was edged or not.
And that is the call of the non-striking end.
That's the call of bowling umpire. The umpire was standing at the bowling end. And I think he reversed his decision of wide. So it was pushed to the body on its way through to the keeper, I reckon.
Indeed. It still is mind-boggling why would he be consulting the other umpire if it's touched the thigh pad or the shirt, it doesn't matter.
And once the decision was made, then it was made. Not quite sure why umpire did this conversation.
Well, by the looks of it and by Ankur Sharma's reaction earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, you can be at the rough end of a decision, but it's for all the youngsters watching as well. We got to accept what is handed out by the officials. You know, they're humans too. They can make errors, but we cannot show dissent while we're on the pitch. Whether you're batting or fielding, We've got to accept those decisions and move on to the next delivery.
8 overs have been bowled, 32 for 2.
John Nisar now continuing from the pavilion end with Roy Lampson at strike. Rahul and Roy are consolidating the Hong Kong innings after a couple of setbacks earlier on. Again, a good battle within the battle here between John Nisar and Roy. There's a bit of gamesmanship going on, a few stares in the eyes, but both are fighters, relentless. And it's going to be good to see who comes out on top. That missed everything. What a brilliant delivery. Roy had no clue about that one, and neither did the keeper. It's gone for 4 byes. Hong Kong, China will welcome those runs anywhere they come. But well, this is definitely one up by John Nisar over Roy. And this battle going on between them. And another brilliant shot there by Roy to secure third man for a single. As the two batters keep the scoreboard ticking, they will chip away towards a very formidable score of 268, 269 required by Hong Kong, China to win the second match of the tournament for them. They did put on the points yesterday against Nepal. They can repeat their works again. That is a very good bouncer there by John Nisar. It has to be the first bouncer that we've seen today. We did not see anyone bowl one in the Hong Kong innings when they were bowled. And there is a pause in play as the 12th man is running across with the lid for Rahul Sambas to put on their helmet. It must be mentioned that it is of paramount importance for safety. For the players, even though the ball has not been rising as much, but having seen John Nisar, utilise the wicket in this manner, it's obviously a proven choice by Rahul to get the protection of a helmet. I say it is a long tournament with back-to-back matches, and players have done a good job to stay hydrated. The background staff have been assisting very well. We are at the Karachi Khana premises here, and we've been very well looked after by the Pakistan Cricket Association, Pakistan Veterans Cricket Association, and the Karachi Khana staff have gone all out to make everyone comfortable, and this hospitality will be remembered and cherished by all. Nicely watched by Rahul. John Nisar is continuing on his form from yesterday, where he was met with considerable success against Pakistan. It is a different opposition, but again, the basics remain the same. And he's bowling very good lines to entice an error from the Hong Kong batters. The ninth over, Hong Kong China is 37 for the loss of 2 wickets. One of the openers, Royal Lamses, is still there, and joined by Rahul Sambas, cultivating a much-needed partnership, holding the fort, so that they can get Hong Kong closer to this imposing total of 269. The weather has certainly improved. A nicer breeze has just come across. The southerly breeze at this time of the year in Karachi is really welcomed. Humid conditions earlier on were on the rough side of the Hong Kong team as they came in to bowl first after USA elected to bat, winning the toss. This game's seeing the seesaw in the first innings with the USA dominating the first third of the innings, then Hong Kong coming back strongly in the second third, with USA taking the momentum in the last couple of overs with big hitting from Rudolph Hines. I must commend the production team at hand now. They're using all kinds of technology. And while I'm talking about technology, here we have Royal Lamson using his the right mechanics of his physique to belt the ball over the extra cover. Fantastic shot. Hamid now bowling spin. Again, bowled really well against Pakistan, and let's see if he can repeat his words. It's a short ball and punched away towards the mid-wicket boundary by Royal Lamson for just a single, but really manning the mid-wicket boundary and really effectively. It's a wild swing by Rahul Sambas, and with the leg spinner now moving away from him, nicely taken by the fielder. It slips, but did not hit it back. Stroked away for a single towards mid-wicket by Rahul Sambas. As like any sport, you know, the players go through these ups and downs, and it's when you're down, and that's what demonstrates, you know, what you're made of. It is the resilience, it's believing in yourself, all the training that you do, you know, off the field, all the psychology that goes into it as well. That's where you got to block everything out, block out all the noise, and come out with the goods. You have to back yourself, motivate yourself, be motivated by your partner, and motivate your partner at the other end. You know, when they miss a ball, they make an error, you back them up, you remind them how good they are, and they got to think about the next delivery. So Jan Nisar and Roy Lampson's battle goes on as we're into the 11th over, and Hong Kong still way off their target of 269 in 45 overs. And as it's worth to mention, it's a 45 over format with a bowler allowed maximum of 9 overs.
Yeah, 44 for 2, the current score, which means they are needing another 225 for the victory in 210 balls with 8 wickets intact. Mohsin, still one can say that's not a big ask nowadays.
Indeed, with the advent of T20 cricket, we're sort of spoiled by looking at these kind of huge scores. But it's a big ground. It's a slower outfield compared to say National Bank or the other one. National Stadium was an electric outfield yesterday. But you see, it's USA is going to do their best, and they're doing a fantastic job.
Edged and put down. Edged and put down. Jan Nisar and Royal Barrel is going on. That time he threw kitchen sinks at that one. Big or genuine outside edge, and it was dropped by the slip fielder.
Well, catches win matches, and we'll see in the course of the day how costly that miss is going to be. But Hong Kong will take that. It was a good opportunity created by Jan Nisar. And let's see, I think he looks like a very, very strong-willed cricketer. He's going to come back strong and go for another one, probably go for timber.
Way outside the off stump, wide called. Wicketkeeper did pretty well to stop it. Now Jan Nisar is getting frustrated a bit, I reckon.
Well, I think whatever I mention that he's going to do, he does the opposite. So he felt that timber was 6 feet away.
Absolutely right. He made a mess of your comments.
Well, I don't think I have a career in commentating anymore.
Nisar again. Way outside the off stump again, but this time not so much so that it could be called wide.
He's bowling probing lines, and again, hats off to Rahul and Roy. They're going through this tough period where another wicket here, and it could put much more pressure on the Hong Kong side after they lost Mohib early and then Uncle Sharma. So it's good to build a partnership. Oh, that's a fantastic delivery. That's a feature delivery.
Yes, he's cranking it up, generating a lot of pace and causing some problems, asking some difficult questions from the batsmen. Good to see he's fighting it up. Although fielders didn't sport him. Had that catch been taken, he would have snapped the Roy, who's still at the non-striking end. Oh, now the batsman threw his bat in a frustration. Lot is going on out there in the middle.
Oh yes, this is cricket is a game of chance, and you've got to take those. As you mentioned, a catch going down, but again, there's another one coming. Possibility is there, but a couple of dot balls increases the pressure on the batter. And yes, Rahul went for his shot, didn't connect, but that could have been curtains for him, or it could have been out of the boundary, and then you get your confidence up.
He goes again, missed it again, keeper did the rest. So, batsmen and the bowlers provoking each another.
Indeed, good battle going on. There was an effort ball there by Jan Nisar, and Rahul played over it. Also, with the type of batter that Rahul is, if it's in the slot, he's going to go for it. There's no point buckling down, because then it makes the ask much more difficult for the rest of the team. But again, if it's in your arc, you're going to go for a shot, but you've got to give it to the bowler. He's intelligent enough not to give it absolutely where you want it, but slightly vary it. So it creates an opportunity.
Saqib Hamid is tossing the ball one hand to the other. He's with his sunglasses on, going to bowl to Roy. 11 overs bowled, 46 for 2 is the score. Last over was pretty economical one, and he almost picked up the wicket of Royal Emerson's, the Janissar, but I think he was just unfortunate that he didn't get a wicket because catch was dropped or catch was put down. Now Saqib is ready to start the fresh over. Slip is in.
That's a very good call there by Rahul Sampras for a bye. The excessive revolutions on the ball that Hamid is generating is obviously has fooled the keeper as well, not just the batsman.
Yeah, keeper got beaten, so did the slipper. This one is punched, but there is a sweeper back at the covers boundary. Rahul, who was losing his concentration a little bit, who was losing his temperament a little bit in the previous over. Oh, that one again skidding a bit and spinning a little bit.
Beautifully bowled by Hamid. He's definitely putting the pressure on Roy Lampson at the moment. Nicely stroked away towards the mid wicket for a couple of runs. The important thing, of course, is that's one short, and that's going to be it might be costly in the end, depending on the scheme of things. But these sort of basics need to be very well monitored as you're playing any form of the game. An excellent shot there by Roy Lampson towards the mid-wicket boundary, between long on and mid-wicket for 4 runs.
That was the fourth the moment it left the bat, because he was absolutely got the top of on that one, and then picked up the gap tremendously well and picked up a boundary. It will do a lot of good for him, because now Royal has got his eyes in, he's well settled, and he got a life as well.
Oh yeah. I'll do a whole lot of good for the dugout, the Hong Kong China dugout, as well as the people in Hong Kong, China, the supporters, who are watching this live stream. We would not be here without their backing from the cricket board, Cricket Hong Kong, to all the sponsors, the families, the employers of players who obviously have daytime jobs. They're fully supportive to be representing the national team, and that's amazing that a sport that doesn't enjoy the same status like it does in other cricket-playing nations has been allowed, and Hong Kong cricket team has been allowed to participate in such a global event.
Janissar is ready to go again, and he is going to bowl to Rahul. Outside the off stump, that one kept a bit low as well. And again, not only he is talking to the batsman, but also talking to the fielder, and talking ironically.
Rahul is watching the ball really carefully, and I think the umpire now is doing a pitch inspection for bowlers, run up and follow through, and it is quite critical I think it looks like this is the second time that the umpire has spotted Jan Nisar infringing the area where he should not be.
I think he's trading in the danger zone. And it could be curtains for the Janisar and could be problems for his captain. This one is blocked back towards the bowler. Yes, Rahul concentrating hard, showing some great temperament and stamina. And I think he has spent good enough time at the wicket. He has seen number of balls. He got beaten a few occasions, but I think now he's getting better and better as the time progresses.
Yes, as the run rate goes up, and when you're chasing a very formidable total, you do have to keep your eye on the scoreboard. And by that I mean, like, yes, we have to respect the good balls, but we've got to keep the stride rotating, which they're trying to do. But of course, go for the odd boundary now. And now we're, getting up close to the first drinks break by the 15th over. Still another 3.5 overs to go. That's where you want to hold the wicket. And as a cricketer, my target would be not to give any wicket away, at least play till drinks, consolidate, reassess, and then we can, start all over again. That was a beautiful drive, but did not get Roy Lamson any runs for that. But very, very easy on the eyes drive.
Weather is getting pleasant again, and rain is threatening again. 54 for 2 is the score in the 13th over. If they play 20 overs or 18 overs, in my opinion, and the rain comes, match will be decided through Duckworth and Lewis method.
Yes, and we've seen what happens with that, and nobody has a clue at the moment. But yes, there is a scale which is used worldwide and will be used. But personally, I don't think it is too threatening. I mean, these clouds are moving quite quickly. Even if we have a passing shower, it will be transient, and we get a game, and that's what everyone's here for. That's a great shot.
Down to the fine leg boundary for 4. That was on the leg stump, and Roy Emerson put Akhtar away for a boundary.
Well, Lamson has consolidated. He is there, and the main thing is, you don't want to be coming back in the dugout and then ruining your innings. So he has the benefit of a life that he got by a drop catch in the slips, and he's making the most of it, and as one should.
Yeah, he can make them pay big time. The Roy Emerson. 14 overs bowled, 58 for 2 is the score. I think plays having an early drinks break.
Well, since the conditions here demand hydration very frequently to keep those muscles going, it is imperative that we, the background staff, as you can see, the 12 men, 12 and 13 men running in all the time to just replenish those lost fluids. And it gives it's a time for Rahul and Roy to actually reflect on what the plan was, what they've done, where they are, and where they're going to go next. Small little targets, in the next 5 overs, where do you want to be? Where do you want your score to be? Yes, nobody wants to lose their wicket. Nobody wants to throw away their wicket. But again, do you want to leave a lot to be done by the others after you've used, so many balls to get your eye in? So that's a dilemma that everyone faces, and yes, they will eventually be pressing the pedal to actually, get strike rate up and running, and then eventually you're going to see some more fireworks, by the rest.
Absolutely agreed with you. This should be the approach. You have to plan for 5 overs, then have a new plan for next 5 overs, then go on to plan C for the next 5 overs. So you can play out the game in these little phases, and finally you can get the result you want or you desire.
Well, if any kids are watching, this is a prime example where when you look at a tall mountain, it seems like a huge task. But when you break it down, that target can be achieved, and people have sailed Mount Everest, the tallest mountain in the world. They've gone to K2 and Nanga Parbat, which is a part of the Himalayan range in the picturesque country of Pakistan. So if you're down under a mountain, you look towards the top, and you think, oh well, I'm not going to make it. But if you break it down, one step at a time, it could be a journey of 1,000 miles, but it begins with the first step.
No doubt about that. Umpire is taking drink as well. So we are taking a little break. We'll join you in a short while. Welcome back after the drinks interval. I've got Mohsin Naqvi, and I'm very thankful to him that he's giving us his precious time and commentating with us and sharing some great stories, sharing some great experiences which he's been to. And when it comes to coaching, Mohsin, nowadays a team having trainer, a team having coaches, having big staff. What about that?
Well, like you mentioned earlier, that the effort that you see on the pitch, is nothing compared to what you actually see behind the scenes, and that is only possible because even a person like Usain Bolt, whether he was a 100 meters champion of the world, but he's not going to run only 100 meters. He will run probably 1,000 meters, just to prepare for that 100 meters, So, yes, you put in a lot of effort, and that effort is not easy. You need guidance. We all need guidance. And Tendulkar, being the great of the game, also had a coach. Yes, you may be a natural player, or not so much of a natural player, but maybe not that technically correct, but again, you have a good eye, or you're a good hitter, you're unorthodox. But the job of the coach is to teach you the basics and slight adjustments. Again, we're fortunate in Hong Kong cricket. We've got amazing setups in not only the well-established institutions like Hong Kong Cricket Club and Kowloon Cricket Club, but Little Saiwan India Club and USRC, and not to forget others as well. I mean, everyone's doing an absolute sterling job behind the scenes. Little Saiwan themselves, fielding about 27 teams in the various competitions, and led by Tabarak Dar. And it is phenomenal the amount of work. They create employment for the coaches. The coaches work other jobs as well as coaching cricket in their spare time. So, all that effort is not possible unless you have proper organization and funding.
Yeah, very important details you have provided our listeners, and in the meantime, Saqib completed a very good over. So 15 overs now bowled. It is 60 for the loss of 2 wickets. So they are requiring another 209 to win in 30 overs, and the required run rate has climbed up a bit, crept up a bit. I think it's about 7 per over now on.
Yes, it's sort of expected. When the spinners come on, they do tighten the economy, and that's their job. Is they will pick up wickets in short intervals as the batters fancy their chances. They do take the aerial route, take more risks, and as you mentioned, the climbing run rate is always becomes the mountain. So you want to keep your strength up. You want to keep as close to the draft as possible, and especially when you got your eye in. That's an important aspect because a new batter coming in at this stage would be under pressure and has to take more risks.
Mohammad Farooq has come on to the bowling attack, and he is going to bowl to Rahul.
It'll be interesting to see what kind of strategy Rahul employs now with the off spinner coming on. Oh, that is a brilliant start. That just went through everyone. Rahul had no clue about that, and neither did the slip fielder as it rushes towards the boundary behind the keeper, but stops a few yards inside, and they scamper for 3. Well, that was a lucky break for Rahul and a brilliant start by the skip.
Yeah, that was a lucky escape for him. He got away with that one, and that was the first ball of the over number 15. Farooq. He's a veteran. He's a seasoned campaigner. Batted brilliantly well in both of the games. Scored 82 against Pakistan. Now Roy comes into the line of the ball and played it back towards the bowler quite nicely. Roy has spent quite a bit of time at the middle now, and he can do some damage to the opposition because he also had a life. And on the other end, Rahul doing a good job as well. He's also giving him a good company. And these two can be dangerous for US.
That's very nicely played by Roy. As I mentioned, technically correct. With Farooq now bowling amazing lines, in this first over of this. Oh, this could have been curtains, and has he been dismissed?
He's been bowled off the bowling of Farooq,
He looked dangerous from the ball 1, and finally he got rid of Roy. So third wicket has gone down for Hong Kong China during the course of the 15th over, and they've got 62 runs on the board.
What a great delivery there by Farooq. Yes, the off stump uprooted, and Roy, after his long vigil at the crease for Team Hong Kong China, is walking dejectedly towards the dugout. Disappointed after his match-winning performance yesterday against Nepal. Held the fort after 2 quick wickets, but now both the openers back in the hut, and in walks in Iftikhar Ahmed, who is a very good cricketer, played for the USRC club in Hong Kong, and scored a 58 against Australia in the practice match just right before the tournament. Looks in good nick, and let's see, with the pressure on now and US team having their tails up, let's see if the car can weather this storm. A couple of raindrops have greeted Iftikhar as he walks onto the crease. The rain is starting to pick up, and
now it looks heavier.
It is getting heavier as the umpires pull the stumps. It's unfortunate that the weather is playing havoc at the moment with the US team on top, but as the rain gets heavier and the groundsmen get to work, we are going to try to salvage as much as possible, because it's still not constitute a legal game.
It's coming down very hard, and we are taking a break. We'll join you very soon if the rains stops, and if even it's not, or any kind of a result comes in, we will join you live.
Thank you.
मैं दिखा तो रहा हूँ और क्या कर रहा हूँ। कुछ बंद कर दो, पानी आ रहा है, पानी। सिकंदर बंद कर दो, पानी आ रहा है। कुछ